we stand together, foes, friends, and unaligned, to set right a world for the mortal kind. At this, the apogee of all the bloodshed, this great summit where fate hangs her solemn head, it is up to I to duly justify what will happen to those from heaven high, from down below in plains of such hatred, from fire, earth, air, and water created, those of fey and bewildering wilds, even to us, which divinity doth smile. So I put to you, the immortal titans vanquished, I say leave with honor, or be banished. For those that leave with their heads held in dignity may stake their hold on mortals willingly, placing their faith in your sublimity. Yet those that refute my generous overture, those who would see to destroy mortal love, art, culture, their freedom to choose, fight, fail, laugh, and grow, I shall strike them down with a banishing blow. Those that shall not heed this decree for warning will find their flock in despair, mourning the loss of their god, for I will cast out that rebellious soul without a doubt. Your time is over. All is said and done. The war is past us and the battle won. So hear my decree, or forget your litany. For now is an age of true brilliancy. The past is the past. Your dominion is all but your. Now is the time for Elendor.
And that's my plan to kill... Oh, hey.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So, are we ready for tonight's episode? If so, I'm going to ask one person and one person alone to give us this week's recap. Lambert, why don't you tell us what happened last week?
I rolled badly, and then I went hunting and came across this lovely white stag. And so I decided, you know what, that'd be great. Go hunt a white stag, get some food, be great. You know, everyone be proud of me for doing a good thing and getting some food for the whole party. And also follow this white stag into this grove. I shot it with an eldritch blast, and the first time I ever rolled well, killed the little bastard. And then it disappeared, and then some fey elven creepy, Galadriel-looking thing took offense to that, and now I'm tied up on my knees with, like, vines and shit, and things are going well. But hey, at least Roach and Darius and Zep.
Yeah, I'm not there.
You're not. Who's Zedaar and Zep, then, isn't it?
No, it's Darius and Zep.
No, yeah, but you said approach. I'm not there. Darius is there.
Yeah, Darius and Zep are there to save me or die with me. One of the two.
So, yes. Following finally reaching the main continent of Longreach and landing in the Reane Empire, our intrepid heroes began the journey south, trying to break up the trail of any would-be pursuers, and they joined a caravan using Zep's guild connections, which then allowed them to begin traveling southwards to the next port, where they were hoping to hop, skip, and a jump into the heart of the Reane Empire and diversify their travel a little bit to throw off anyone following their scent. The party then split up, made camp for the night halfway through their journey to the next town, when Valmir decided to go hunting and followed the elusive white stag deep into the woods. After a series of unfortunate events and a determination to follow, we now find ourselves in a sticky situation with Valmir on his knees in front of this woodland spirit, and Zep and Darius turning up to aid. But before we go to that party, we have 2 people flying in the air. So Ruby and Zedaar, I need checks from you and a description of how you are searching for this location.
I could start with simply we have a high tactical advantage. We knew a general direction that Darius was heading to.
Mm-hmm.
Darius seemed to be, well, actually, no, less I saw Darius, I thought he was getting lost because he had led us in circles before that for like an hour and a half.
Nope. Making good checks the whole time. One bad one.
Yes.
The first half an hour was a little bit sketchy, yes.
The bad one is the one that I was kind of ambiguous about. I don't know. How long has it been? Has it been longer than 10 minutes since I cast Locate Object?
Since you first cast Locate Object, when did you cast Locate Object? Were you with the
I
group?
cast it after we got lost and we found the stream.
Then yes, very much so.
Okay. Then I guess we're just kind of probably doing search patterns, flying over the forest. In
the same general direction that I knew that Valmir and Darius were heading into.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it is nighttime. So those of you searching, please give me a perception check with disadvantage if you do not have dark vision. And this will see at what sort of stage you might come into this, should this develop. There is a timer going.
Laughs in human.
Dragonborns also do not have dark vision, if I remember correctly, so this could be a little bit...
I have light, but I don't think light's going to help search the entire forest.
Oh my god.
Okay, so, anyway.
Still got a 13.
It's not the worst. We had worse rolls last week. So, Valmir, you are on your knees with this glowing spirit of the woods in front of you.
I would like to remind you that he does have Sanctuary cast on him.
He does have Sanctuary cast on him. Zep, you have also been restrained, and so have you, Darius. The woodland spirit calls out once more to all of you now. You bring others to violate our sanctum. And it's the whispers seem to emanate from this creature, but then are picked up by the leaves of the trees and then disseminate around you slowly.
They are my friends. They come to find me. I didn't bring them to your sanctum. I did not know it was any sacred place. I am not from here.
That's a surly tone. That's surly.
Yet they follow you still. And your actions.
The fuck did you do?
Consequences.
How would you feel about maybe striking up a bargain, a deal of sorts? Perhaps instead of taking my life, instead we can come to some sort of arrangement where, I scratch your back and then you don't kill me. How's that sound? Say, maybe.
We may get... Roll me a persuasion check, actually.
He's making me roll. People help.
Can't help.
You got this. Persuasion you can do.
I can buff my rolls. I can't buff yours.
I'm not looking.
You have inspiration.
I'm going to use it.
Or roll it first and see if you need it.
I fucking rolled a 2.
I was kind of hoping that would last a little bit longer. I'm not gonna lie.
Come on.
Fucking done. I'm done.
So that was a 3 for a total of a 10, correct?
I think Valmir just needs to die so that Lambert can get rid of it. So Lambert can wash himself of this of the curse.
Well, it's not just down
Reane
to...
got shit on me.
Give me a moment then. I need to quickly just see what the conversational abilities of this particular creature are.
Probably better than a 3.
Yeah, there's a +4 to charisma. So.
I mean, to be fair, he got a 10.
Yeah, it's not awful.
Yo, let's be honest. The only thing holding them up here is his raw talent, not his luck.
I will grant you this, intruder. We will wait to see the outcome of your destruction before I make my final judgment.
Well, let's have a discussion here. There's got to be a law or some sort of overall code that we can talk about. Let's get the finer points here. Let's talk about this.
The attention of the spirit is drawn to you, and instead of being in front of Valmir, vanishes for a moment and then appears in front of you. You remember, Darius, you are restrained by the arm. Were you the one that was like carbonite? Arms and legs between a tree?
Yeah, I was the worst of it.
Yeah, you were a
I was the
man.
one that warned against launching the drone. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's talk about this. What did he do? Why did he do it? Does intent matter in your legal system? Let's hash this out.
This creature attacked one of my guardians.
Okay. All right, that's an accusation. Did he know it was a guardian at that point? Do we know? Valmir, did you know it was a guardian? Let's talk about this.
I do not know what guardian is.
Well, there you go. He apparently didn't know. What did it look like?
It looked like white stag.
What do you expect to happen? A white stag? Really? Now, to be fair, we did follow his tracks, and it probably should have been apparent long before this happened. Long before any of this situation happened, that this wasn't something you should be fucking with. I think we all realize that.
It looked like stag. It looked like food.
You're not helping. You're not helping. As your legal counsel, I need to advise you to stop talking.
Legal counsel, so you vouch for this creature?
You know, I'm gonna have to, because I don't think he's gonna do it on his own.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check, Darius.
We are friends here. We work together, even if one happens to be in the wrong.
Persuasion check. I'm going to.
It is our duties
here. I have
to protect our friends, as I am sure you would protect yours.
I'm going to add a superiority die to that.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm not fucking around. All right.
So
that'd be a
wow.
25.
25 on the persuasion.
Of course.
The creature then starts to set down, now standing in front of you. Whilst the actions of your friend may not have been as brutal of an intent, no aggression was shown. The creature was the creatural form of my guardian was that of a peaceful nature. And we have had enough torment over the years from your kind. Looking at you this time, for sure.
Yes.
That we must be guarded.
Well, you can be guarded all you want, and I would say in this specific situation, I think we have a breakdown of just communication here. Valmir went out You're not a society that operates off of like knowing the name and then owning the, whatever. Never mind. It's too late for that. He went out with the intent of hunting. He didn't know this forest was claimed or alive. Where, it's not clearly marked. And some people probably would be remorseless on this, but he cares. He cares that this happened.
He cares
he
for
didn't.
his existence, but he has shown.
Well, self-preservation is
for my guardian.
All of your actions are based on self-preservation as well. You care about your existence, so that can't be that cannot be a mark against him. If you yourself are also using that as a guide.
If I entered your home and shot up your friends, would you take the same stance?
Better counterpoint, if you walked into a home that looked abandoned and shot somebody there, thinking they might be some sort of squatter or
I know this
rabble.
cold case.
or rabble, would that I wouldn't necessarily think that would be wrong. You might be trying to defend yourself or something. This Darius talking, not me. All legal opinions are expressions of the character and not myself. There's no clearly marked. In your example, it's clearly marked that it's my home. But in our case, it looks just like the rest of the forest. We didn't know. Or at least, well, I mean, it's not readily apparent if you haven't. Now it's pretty obvious. Let's be honest. Now it's pretty obvious.
Well, clearing in trees look like any other clearing in trees.
The creature
I hate to agree, but it's
smiles.
Yeah.
You creatures have a entertaining perspective of the world around you.
Yeah,
I have existed here far, far longer than any of you can probably fathom. My home was once a wood that stretched for miles, and my sisters had woods. And then your civilized kind came, and inch by inch invaded my home.
And I point out, my kind live underground. There are very few trees there. Very few trees have ever existed underground, so it would not my kind. My ancestors are clean of the blood on the hands of the people that cut down your trees.
She's completely ignoring you now, Valmir, and totally fixated on Darius.
He has some kind. He has admittedly,
it's a good point.
He has a point. He has a point there. So that's true. And I have to say, you don't look a day over one epoch, so you look great.
She then looks away from you, Darius, and looks towards Zeb. You spoke of friendship and of clearer intent than your talkative friend and your verminous butcher. What do you say, Master Gnome?
If I can ask, what manner of creature did Darius think he was chasing?
Darius? Do you mean Valmir?
Valmir. I meant Valmir.
Chasing
Names are difficult. I'm old.
It was a stag.
So you say that the stag was the guardian. It is a simple law of nature that hunters will hunt prey, and your guardian took the form of prey. Of course, it can be expected that a man hungry needing to hunt would chase after prey.
That's a good point. The animal kingdom does quite literally encourage the death.
She just
of,
slowly,
of prey
her
animals.
head slowly turns to you, Darius, with bitter eyes.
I'm pointing out a hypocrisy here.
I
I'm just
wasn't
saying.
talking to you. And then
I'm
you feel
supporting-
the restraints start to tighten around you.
That seems very unfair.
You speak with the clearest of tones. And then, Zep, your binds actually loosen, and you are released from the root-like entrapment that was around you. And then she then glides towards where Valmir is. Whilst it is true that the hungry may hunt in the natural order, I fail to believe that the perception of this one is so limited that they could
You'd be
not see what
surprised.
was going on before them. So if you are hungry, you shall eat. If you are thirsty, you shall drink. But the price must still be paid, because damage and actions have consequences.
Can I ask, the guardian that I hurt, did they survive?
I do not know yet.
But they yet live.
They yet live.
That doesn't
That is good.
necessarily help us. Attempted murder is still.
Shut up, Darius.
I think Darius is
saying.
thinking to himself.
Attempted murder is still a crime. That's not. That doesn't make it better.
If there is anything that we can help to remedy the damage done, I am sure that we would be willing to assist in this, now that the true nature of this place has been revealed.
Zep, roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
He gets an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't fucking help.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. 9.
And what makes me... what makes you believe I have need for a group of bandits such as yourselves?
Use me?
You may not have need, but the offer is there regardless.
I will have you know I am no bandit.
For the moment, Darius, we are trespassing in their lands. That alone puts us in the wrong.
No, one of us is allegedly trespassing. The other ones are retrieving a wayward individual. Especially given the fact we know this because we spent the last however many hours trying to track his wandering trail through the forest. As if he had no idea where he was going. Be honest, Valmir. It's almost immediate, wasn't it? As soon as you lost sight of the camp.
No, I found Stag. I follow Stag. I don't know. I mean,
Really?
I must. I clearly fucking found the Stag. This is kind of evident that I found the Stag.
Pretty
If I got lost and did not find the Stag, then we would not be in situation now, would we?
Not helping yourself. Because I was telling you
you
where ambling path that had nowhere, that didn't seem like it knew where it was going, over a river directly.
If you call that a river, then I don't know. No, your sizes are completely out of whack.
You're the one who's scared of water. I'm
I'm drowning. I can't drown in brook.
You can drown actually in up to in like as little as 3 inches of water.
Okay, but I'm not that clumsy.
I tire of your incoherent conversations.
We're making good points. he is an incompetent and should not be judged by that. Should be judged because
Meanwhile,
of it.
flying above the forest. Really? If we do not find him soon, I feel Darius is going to talk himself to death.
I don't think I'm that lucky.
I'm just pointing out if this.
You're not there.
The creature just starts rubbing her temple.
That was like a cut gag. It's just like so it doesn't sound like a cut back. Darius arguing. Continuing. Just think it needs to be proportional. Right now, we're dealing with we're just dealing with a misunderstanding. What's the word?
Accident.
Well, yes, we're dealing with an accident. We're dealing with a misidentification of an individual. Thought they were a prey animal and thus hunted them, but then was mistaken by that.
As you continue to wind your language,
I'm trying to gish gab here as long as I can.
The creature has settled towards the sort of the break in the trees where they entered this almost arena-like area from, and down from the tree descends seems to be an elven woman clad in very similar. Valmir, you'll recognize the similar like green paint, and in a very earth-colored light leathers, and it seems to close. And she goes, "Do any of you speak Elven?"
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Let me check.
Both of you.
By literally all of us.
No, I do not.
Okay. At least
Almost all of them.
Valmir and Darius, you hear because they don't say it quietly. Wood Mother, please come quick. Rolith is weak and needs more magic. And then the creature turns and says, "Run, and I shall hunt you. Stay, and we may be able to talk more." And then goes towards the gap in the trees. And leaves you. Zep is unbound. Valmir and Darius still are.
I will sit where I have been standing, cross-legged.
Good. I should stay here. We should talk this over. I would have stayed anyways, pointing it out.
I do not think you had much choice.
I would have.
It's unfortunate, the situation we find ourselves in.
We find you. No. It's unfortunate the situation we find you in.
Also true. These things are both not mutually exclusive.
We wouldn't be in here. It wasn't for you.
But let us think of a solution to the problem. It is clear that they want some kind of restitution. What do we have that we could offer?
I don't know. I think I'm wearing them down with my charm.
I am not sure this is true.
Zedaar and Ruby, can you both give me another perception check at disadvantage?
The one who made the largest perception, or the best persuasion.
Darius, do you still have that healing potion with my name on it?
Yes.
Potentially, what if we offer that to this forest spirit thing, and maybe that would save this this guardian's life, and then maybe that would be debt repaid, perhaps?
Well, the only I mean, that could work. It depends on how fucked up they became. Like, how were you successful in your hunting? Like, how badly are they hurt?
He's pretty fucked up.
All right, that's not gonna work, Valmir. It's just a regular healing potion.
It could help.
It's just a regular healing potion. If he's not dead right now, the healing potion is not going to help.
Ruby, how long does your fly spell last?
10 minutes.
Okay. You have about 2 more minutes of fly. When Zedaar, you see a faint bluish glow about 5 minutes of flying out. Ruby surmises that she doesn't think she could get there in time with her flight.
Well,
but you could at least get...
recast it.
You could either recast it, or you can start heading that way, get as far as you can, and then take the rest on foot. Because, Zedaar, you see this sort of faint, ethereal blue light emanating from near the trees in the distance.
Zedaar, I'm not going to be able to recast it on both of us if we go.
Well, then we need to get there one way or the other.
Let's start to descend shortly. It's only got about 2 minutes left.
I know where we are going.
And they're going to go as far as they can for another 2 minutes before they descend.
You got to go by foot. No worries.
It gets to descend and auto rotates down after the fly spell.
Actually, I think it just ends regardless of.
Just like.
That's what I mean. Auto rotated the spell.
Darius, you should have seen the shot. You would have been so happy if it was not Forest Guardian.
Not the time. Not the time, not the place. Not the time, not the place.
It was a good shot.
We're quite literally surrounded by what's probably just feeding information to them. So, and I want to point out, wouldn't have left. We need to kind of work this out, even if I was allowed to. And I would point out, I think I made the best cogent argument out of this group.
Well, I guess we will see what happens when Mrs. Spirit comes back.
I was going to bring up the oh fuck, what is it? Would it be Elven law? I was just thinking what would be a ancient, prestigious culture in this world. Yeah, fucking dwarvish law, habeas corpus. But that might that might actually backfire if they were actually dead. So
after about 5 minutes or so, the blue light flickers between the trees again and ascends the silhouette of this creature that you've been dealing with. There may be one thing you can do.
What did you think we were talking about?
Die.
It's a weird way to start a conversation.
She's carrying off from what the last thing was posed to her by Zep. She didn't hear the rest of your conversation, as far as you're aware.
It's very much like a TV show or a movie kind of thing. Just the wizard appears out of nowhere and finishes the sentence, and it's perfect. But it's just like that scene from Dimension 20. I'm afraid it's much more dire than that, Miss Applebee's. What did you think she said?
We are listening if you have a suggestion.
Long ago, one of the human elders stole something from us. It now resides in the center of Osfield, the nearby town. retrieve it, and all shall be undone.
You know, we have some healing potions that might be able to help.
What is the size of this object? Is it something we would be able to easily carry?
It is my staff. However, it is not in the form it once was. At the center of the town lies a tree. If you destroy its current form, it will return to my staff.
You wish for us to destroy a tree?
It's counterproductive to your normal, like,
Not very on brand,
Heal.
but I mean, you know,
Is that a no to the healing potion? Just free healing magic that works on like all species, different planar entities.
we'll take the deal though.
I'm just pointing it out. It could help.
I mean, that too.
Seems
yes.
it was kind of ignored. I have a very weird personal dislike to me.
Not sure it's that weird, but
I believe I'm not the only person that will take a dislike to you. The damage
What does
is
that
done
mean?
and the healing process has already begun. We require
All right.
something else from you to make good on what has been done as an action.
Right? Could have said that instead of just like ignoring me. Just gonna point out. I want to point out as pretty like out of character. There's nothing wrong here.
It's a very guarded tree spirit. What, like,
I've been very cordial.
quoting human lore at her, like it's
Not human law. Dwarven law. Dwarven law.
yeah, what's worse?
Dwarven.
What's worse?
Not Elvish.
We understand that damage was done and restitution, a penalty must be paid. Valmir, is this agreeable to you?
I am okay with these terms.
Can we get some context here about why it was taken and how long ago?
Because humans are bitches.
No, I get that. I don't disagree, but I'm
That's something-
asking for context.
Valmir, Zedaar and Ruby, you've moved through the magic grove that Zedaar you saw before, and you've entered like the rim of trees surrounding this natural amphitheater. You see now the etherealish spirit hovering in front of Valmir. You are directly behind a strung up Darius. And Zedaar, you see it, but I don't think Ruby would in this lower lighting with her natural perception. You do see that Zep is just kind of sat on stood up, completely unbound.
Sat kind of cross-legged, just kind of.
Oh yeah,
looking
sat.
around.
Sorry. Yeah.
Mrs. Zedaar would look up at Darius. Yes, this is about what I expected. And he's gonna walk over to Zep and just be like, "Can you please explain to me what is going on?"
Oh, they get to walk in unannounced and not get struck.
I was going to say, is there any reactions there?
Yeah. As Zedaar begins to move into the circle, the creature darts and looks at him. Another one.
Oh, fuck.
Should I?
He is one of our friends as well. I will explain the situation to him as we leave.
Us mortals have a driving need to find our friends when they seem to be lost. So it's kind of,
I
it's
would
just
think that standing by your friends is something very natural. And with that, I'm going to stand up and start walking towards Zedaar.
Okay.
Can Ruby walk through the clearing now?
If she wants to.
She will.
There was a little bit of a misunderstanding, but I think it will be resolved soon.
She curls her hands, and Valmir, the restraints leave from around your legs, and Darius, you feel the vines carry you to the floor before you are also relieved.
I feel like I have just missed something important. Can someone explain to me what is going on?
Not
We will,
time and place.
but we should
Not
leave
time and place.
now. And I will
On the way.
pause for a moment. I'll turn back to the spirit and kind of give a bow, and we thank you for taking the time to listen to us. We will return soon. And then I'm going to turn and walk away.
You will be watched.
A brisk walk.
Come.
Well. You exit the glade unchallenged and progress.
Darius,
back through
what
the
did you do?
forest.
I didn't do anything. We walked in on Valmir getting the 3rd degree. And then Zep decided to launch something at it, and then somehow he was the one that got least tied up. I was the one that was trying to stop that.
Ignoring the fact that Valmir actually hit something for a moment.
It is
I
not the
surprised
first time.
too. Honestly, I get the sense he fucked it up pretty bad. Like it was like,
It was
And hunted the wrong creature.
good at hunting, bad at choosing target.
no, horrible at hunting.
And
I mean, clearly the opposite is true.
And I'm going to assume that this spirit took offense to you killing one of
I didn't kill it, apparently. It is
Attacking.
Attack, yes. Fucking it right up.
Excuse me. And Ruby's just going to turn around.
It was...
Oh, we should probably leave. The spirit is going to forgive everything if we retrieve her staff, which has turned into a tree and is in the center of Osfield. If we destroy tree...
Let's not talk about this until we get back to the campsite for just no reason. Let's just not talk about it until we get to the campsite.
Walking and talking.
No. No talking. Let's be absolutely quiet for 4
Zedaar's
hours.
going to turn and be like, Ruby's going to do something, and Zedaar's going to go with her because we can't split the party again.
There is something I wish to ask the spirit before we
you've
go.
gone, you've gone back. Okay.
Turn around.
For the love of God.
You are... You enter the glade.
Gods.
The gold, the bluing, like the bluish light has dimmed, and it just looks like an opening in the woods currently.
Woodland spirit. I would speak to you.
Good, my music's working again. Okay, thank you. The moonlight then hits this gap in the trees that you see now, that it's where they seem to have been coming from, and the spirit exits again. You may ask your question.
Do you love your forest?
My forest is my home, my sanctuary, and my beauty. Of course I love it.
Then it would be best interest to let us go without any qualms. Not because I or my friends will destroy it, but because we are envoys of something far greater. Our words will have power in the nations and places we go. There are those who are looking for us. There are those who will heed the things we say. This is an opportunity for you to extend a hand of mercy to the ignorant. And she'll look over her shoulder towards Valmir. To stop a cycle that apparently has been going on for far longer than I can even fathom. You lands are being encroached upon by the humans. you're losing your spirits to ignorance. If word was spread about the mercy of the woodland spirits, of the kindness bestowed upon even egregious errors, would go a long way for your diplomacy.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage, because eloquently put.
Advantage, skills, persuasion. 24.
Solid 2 first.
Yeah, I know.
The dignified stance of the woodland spirit just breathed out with a sigh. Fine. Go. But should that creature ever return to my wood, I will smite them from the face of this plane harder and faster than...
You would hit it like the fist of an angry god. Yes, I understand.
The gods wouldn't find the body.
I like that threat. I may use that on him eventually.
I don't know who she's talking about, me or Terrius.
Yes.
You speak with reason. It looks good on you. And then she floats back into the gap. And
Turn to the
we're
others.
left
Now we-
into the dark glade once more.
Let us return to our charge and get gone from this place.
So we no longer need to go get Tree?
Just Darius, go.
I'm the one who's been wanting to leave.
Go.
You're saying like I'm the one who went back.
Why did I bother leaving the campsite?
I ask myself this.
So, you
Now
all
we leave.
slowly journey back to the campsite, and after about 2 hours walking, you get there.
Do we pass that brook again?
Yep, you've passed the brook.
Just gonna clean the trousers.
Okay. You do so. But you return, and Johanna is completely fine. She's having a full-fledged conversation in Shelts with Braun. They just seem to be doing almost like a... So Johanna's clearly asked about what Legrong's land is like now, and they're kind of almost reminiscing in a weird, like, trying to catch this person up to date with information, but with that look of hindsight and joy, and it's a very genuine conversation. Darius's camp followers are just stirring a stew pot of various vegetables and wild herbs and things, just looking quite bored, waiting for you guys to come back. A lot of the caravanners are completely asleep at this point, except for one, who is seems to be doing a check of the carts.
So I think we can agree Valmir does not do the hunting from now on.
Okay with this decision. This is fine by me. Thank you for coming to get me. You probably saved my life. It is appreciated.
Yes. Well, I guess it's what we do now.
Definitely saved your life.
I'm not denying this.
Zep's not going to say anything. He'll just offer Valmir a slight smile and just give you a nod.
I would like to sleep now, I think. Because that took quite a bit out of me.
Went better than I thought it would have.
I live, so yes, it's same.
Go ahead and sleep, Valmir. I'll take the first watch.
I will join you on this.
Okay, so if you're taking watches, who is taking first? You need about 3 watches covered to get to morning. Well, actually, at this point, it's probably 2.
Well, we have enough.
Ruby and I on first.
I think we have enough people as well, non-characters, to cover an entire watch or more, because we have 3 of my 3 peons, and then we also have Braun.
Do you want to trust me rolling for your watches, though?
Sorry, I had to go let the dog out.
No problem. So, Ruby and Zep are on first watch. Who else is on watches? If anyone is taking one or not.
Wake me up at the end of the night. I'll take last watch.
Okay.
I will too, since Darius wakes up early is canonical.
Braun says he'll cover the middle more. He'll be active during that and keep watching then.
Braun doesn't sleep. He waits.
Exactly.
That's an emo we need. Braun with the Charlie Sheen face.
Got tiger blood.
Tiger blood. Anyway. But... yeah, just okay, group 1, roll me a perception check.
I will do it at disadvantage because it is nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it normally, because I don't care that it's nighttime.
I just got rid of a natural 20.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, hate to see it.
Sometimes I'm good at things. Other times I am...
Wow, that was super cocked dice. What is it with this? This is
I don't know,
So
but
tonight is rough.
Zep is a little bit distracted. And at some point during the watch, I will say to Ruby, this is beyond my usual experience. I grew up in a city, forests and strange natural things. I cannot understand them.
I am much the same. But I think any sentient creature, regardless of its origin, has interests in maintaining itself. You can play off that with a lot of different things.
This I would agree, but I still wonder why they would choose to make their guardians look like a stag.
I'm not an elf. I wouldn't.
So elves are just weird. Okay.
I have no other reasoning. More to the point, how did Valmir kill one? Have you seen him shoot?
This I do not know. It is not a shot that we saw. We were just there for the aftermath.
Valmir, your ears burning while sleeping.
Maybe he shot the spirit herself.
Or maybe he's getting better and just got lucky.
Me lucky.
I do not think that he gets lucky.
No, but he can get it at level 8. Hey!
Your watch passes without issue. The second watch also passes without issue. Zedaar and Darius wake up. Please give me a perception check. The sun is beginning to rise, so this would not be a disadvantage to those of you who do not have dark vision. And so that you do notice slightly deeply into the woods, watching seems to be... Did you see it? It seems to be a character cloaked in leaves, and you make out of some swirly painted patterns on them. Just watching, not aggressive.
Zedaar just kind of watching them would say, "What are you doing? I can see you."
What are you doing? What are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
With that, they just turn and run backwards into the woods deeper.
Nothing there.
Watch us, I presume. We are going to be followed.
Don't see anybody. What are you talking about?
There was someone there. Trust
You
my
sure?
eyes.
Sure, you're not just tired.
You're the one who sounds tired.
No, this is Roach tired. 26 hours up. It's some ridiculous number.
No, I am certain. Before I finish my long rest, I'm going to use my second third level spell slot to cast Create Food and Water again.
Okay.
And just start piling that into the wagon so we have it for the next day too.
Okay.
It's a whole bunch of unleavened bread.
It's bread, it's wheels of cheese, there's chunks of meat. And I imagine if we're going to make stew, then he'd probably go for some, potatoes.
If it's meat, the spell says it is tasteless. Like, it's just gray chunks of protein. It's what you are. It's what is the equivalent
It's
of meat.
bland, not
With connective
tasteless.
tissue in it. Like, it's
It's bland, not tasteless.
An American probably wrote the description, so you're probably just thinking it's British food, which is actually kind of good.
Hey.
Hey, I've had British food. That's a lie.
Talk
I
about
know it
snacks,
is.
somebody-
That's what I'm saying. It's probably just perfectly reasonable food.
No, I mean British food is just not great.
That's a lie.
Shepherd's
No,
pie
it
is great,
isn't.
but honestly,
It's
blood pie? Ugh. Blood pudding.
So make some supplies and we move on.
We're arguing about. Oh, that's the day. We're all just arguing about food in character. The whole time.
Talk an awful lot of shit for somebody who eats sheep's pluck.
Bahamut, I need patience. I need peace. Please. Please. I guess we start traveling.
Yeah, and as you all begin to rouse, you have breakfast, and the wagoners pack up and begin to move through the town of Osfield. They're not stopping. And as you pass through the town, you see a white-barked, looks like some sort of fruit tree blossoming in the middle of like a village green that catches your eye as you pass through. It looks very different to a lot of the other wood and a lot of the other flora of the region, and just particularly stands out as you pass on through down towards Dustoville. As none of you are helming the riding of these carts, the journey goes slow. The road here is a bit bumpier, and you start to climb back uphill for a little while. Is anyone doing anything in particular?
They said they wanted you to destroy the tree because her staff is concealed within it.
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
it's that the tree is the staff. It's just a different form. So I guess
as we pass the tree, I'll kind of
technically-
recount briefly what happened last night to the two who weren't there.
Bizarre form of magic turns a staff into that. It's not like, well, I can just take an axe and chop it down.
it's tree magic. What are you gonna do?
Magic is magic, Darius, just because you don't understand it.
The same way that a twig can grow a tree, I guess a tree can grow a twig.
Well, certainly. I just imagine how counteracting such a spell.
I should point out arcane tree magic, because tree magic could be misconstrued just like the natural progression of trees and plants, because that's just life.
Perhaps the spirit staff was simply big twig.
Planted. I would think that they planted the staff and this happened.
Why would you though? That's the question. Why not just display it? Why put? That's why I was trying to get context. It doesn't make a lot of sense unless there's some context there that we're missing pretty heavily.
display of
Make a
superiority.
guardian of your forest to look like a deer.
Man, for all honesty, glad to just leave this place behind. I'm glad we just bypassed that entire section.
Midge, god damn it. I'll use it later, it's okay.
That's right.
Great. Darius is teaching Common.
Okay.
Again, flashcards, etc.
And I will assist with this.
Okay. Cool. If there's nothing else that you guys want to do on this day's travel, then Darius, give me a intelligence roll at advantage. And I will roll the dice for Johanna.
After 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Total 22.
Johanna
You like,
rolled
stop
a...
stealing my luck. Thank you.
No.
This guy.
Because even though Darius makes some of the best rolls in this goddamn party, he's treated like a comedic character, so I will take what I can. Son of a bitch.
So she seems to be really starting to pick up a lot of the basic phrases, like a lot of the stuff that's around you, so like pronouns and basic connective words are starting to, she's starting to remember these larger
We're not
words.
going into spelling or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just verbally.
It's common, so it's basically impossible.
And you're not trying to break her accent, so she's picking stuff up. She's starting to pick stuff up.
I can also imagine that Zep would be a bit distracted during this. He'd be like, and that over there is a tree. Maybe it is not a tree. It's hard to say.
All right,
Zep.
maybe not the philosophicalness. We don't need that right now.
Zep, out of curiosity, why did the Eladrin Empire go to war with Legran's land and the Reanian Empire? Do you know for sure?
Why did they go to war with Legoron's land?
Roll me a history check and we'll see what we come up with.
Well, there was this elf called
Is the Eladrin
Gavrilic
Empire
Princess.
Is the Eladrin Empire typically militant? Or are they instigated into war? Or are we talking like Hitler in Poland?
Seeing as
You see,
yeah,
it all started with an archduke.
Anyone trained in history,
The
'cause this is
elf
quite well
princess.
known history. Anyone trained in history that's of this continent, roll me a history
Hey.
check.
Hey, shit, that's me. Fuck yeah.
Hey,
Mitch,
wait,
this
you're
is going to
the
reveal some
underdog.
stuff, but seeing as I was there, do I get advantage?
You weren't in that
19.
war, so because
Okay,
this is going back like 2,000 years at this point. So
Wait a second. Are every single one of us proficient in history?
no, oh my god, party lords on.
Is this the most well-read group in D&D history?
I'll still let you roll. I'll still let you roll because obviously it's from your nation.
Well, we don't
and
have a
you can do the +5
barbarian, and we don't
anyway.
have a straight
No, the only straight fighter you have is a battle master who tend to be like that kind of background anyway. So, yeah.
studied commander.
I've never seen an entire group have proficiency in history.
History's
before.
a
only person-
fucking great skill.
The only person who doesn't is the artificer who has a +5 anyway. Let's go.
Okay, that's that. Yeah, that just yeah. Okay.
Okay, so Darius chimes in. Actually, just cutting across the conversation. Darius, what you think about this? So, Legoran's land itself was actually set up by the Elven Empire as a march estate to on
I
the
make,
borders.
Can I contextualize this? Darius is telling this in this most dry. He was taught this by a tutor, so it's taught in the most dry, meandering way that he can as he's going back and forth between subjects. So he takes like he's diverging for like 20 minutes on an unrelated subject. So it takes a couple hours.
The wars of Longreach have always gone on for a long time. So there's a big back and forth. One time, the Elven Empire pushed all of essentially the Eladrin Empire had control of most of the continent of Longreach, subjugating various human petty kingdoms. They set up Legoran's land as a buffer state between themselves and the last Albane kingdom, the kingdom of Seat, which is now where the capital region of the Reanian Empire is. So Legoran's land was a human march set up by the elves as a buffer state, And then when the elves started losing their war, which was a bit more of a guerrilla war in the Reane, and a lot of a larger human alliance than just majority human alliance pushed back out of the Reane, took on an offensive under the leadership of Godric Willowwall. They then essentially went to the Legerungslanders, convinced them to join the human side, pushing the elves all the way back to the current borders, and now we've got this sort of DMZ area. But to answer your question, Legerungsland was actually set up by the elves. And then in the reason it's in its weird sort of neutral state at this point is they are the humans most hated by humans, and they are traitors to the elves. So they kind of had to go. Yeah.
And
It takes them 2 hours to get to that point. And fun fact, yeah, they've set up. They keep
Yeah.
And is the Eladrin Empire very militant? Are they constantly looking for an excuse to fight?
For about 4,000 years-ish, they were completely isolationist. And then an event happened which drove them into militancy, and essentially the Reanian Empire and the Eladrin Empire have been at a state of ceasefire, but technically open war for the last 1,000 years. Yeah. It's why if you look at the map, the border between those two nations is very straight line. It's because there is a system of walls and forts there, and it's over this surrounding this sort of semi-marshland area where it's a massive guarded DMZ, and the last time that there was conflict was about 20 years ago. We've not been without conflict for a long time. This is actually the longest the nation has been without conflict. The longest these nations have not been at war is about 60 years in the last 500 years of history.
Did the war happen to coincide with Johanna's going missing?
A war did, but that was actually Legerungsland attacking the Reanian Empire for a while, I believe.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, because the Reanian Empire tried to subjugate the Legerungslanders, and Legerungsland went no, and essentially with high technical might and large legions of Warforged pushed the Reanians back.
Interesting. Ruby seems contemplative for the remainder of the journey.
Okay. Yeah. That's what you get as well from the collective roles between various individuals, not just Darius's role.
Trying to assess the geopolitical situation.
Yeah, that's fine.
Zep probably didn't show much interest in the early stuff, but the more recent, by his standards, he was probably a bit more vocal.
Yeah.
Wow, it is impressive that all of you are schooled so aptly.
What is that supposed to mean?
I am just surprised. I did not think this empire had such a standard of education.
Oh, going off stereotypes.
I suppose in this instance it is just what I have heard. In the Triumvirate, most individuals are taught in the monasteries of worship. Learning about the culture of the people is as important about learning what you worship for.
I mean, is that compulsory? Because, I mean, monasteries exist here. It's more of a personal choice, I would suppose.
It is still a choice, but many still choose. With all that Bahamut has done for us, how can you not?
Yeah, not today. Not getting to the religious debate today. Nope.
There are many institutes of learning in Legerungsland. It is not unusual for people to have attended them. Much of this is provided by the state. Some of it is not.
Playgrounds may be one of the differentials. It is small, yes, not like the Reane Empire or the Empire of the Nardfell.
It is small and prosperous. Yeah.
But these other empires have very vast territory with many small villages where I imagine these schools could not be built because it would be expensive for everyone to be able to learn.
Well, I mean,
Darius, are you Nardathelian or are you Reanian?
give me the difference between the two. My brain's
One's
not working
France,
right
Germany.
now.
One's Germany. One's
One's the
France.
Anglo-Saxony place, and and then the Kingdoms of the Nardathel is the Council of Kings one with 5 different kingdoms in between.
For Nardathel.
Darius's father has had multiple wives throughout his life, so I don't know if Darius knows his cultural background, but the Renard Company operates for whoever pays them the most and operates multiple local offices in different areas. So he kind of has he has a general accent and a general cultural ideal.
So you don't prescribe to the banner of a nation, more the banner of your family.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to point out, Zedaar, like you have a very skewed cross section of like this area. In this, we are on average very well to do compared to the average person in this region. So we may not be the best representation about general schooling.
I grew up in a castle. I don't know. Yeah. Education was
I
was
have
part
had
and parcel.
servants. I've had servants in my
One
life.
of them just waves. Like one of Darius's camp followers just
3 of
waves.
them are here. 3 of them are here. Technically 4, but Johanna's kind of just,
This is a good point. Ruby carries herself as one who has grown up in affluent wealth, and she has mentioned at least once that she was born that way. You have actual servants. Velmir was raised in a castle to a noble family who hated him. Zep grew up in Legring's land, so his
My
standard
mother
of
was not so
living
evil.
was much richer than the average, so one could argue that he was above upper class. Was I the only one of us who grew up poor?
it's relative. As a knightly family, we're not great, my family, but I mean, yes. Yes. I was going to try and argue, but I was arguing the point, but no. I mean, anyone here, I'm pretty sure from what I remember.
Talk to anyone in my family, they would tell you that they are great, but I would argue that very, very against.
Yeah, don't your family like own a country? If I remember right.
City.
They are the Nardathelians. It's just, their thing.
All of them. Everybody is Sunderstar. Congratulations.
Matter of time before the match
Very
renamed.
Habsburgian of you.
This is why I am so surprised, because in my country, even the poor can receive an education and are taught by the communal schools provided by the priestdom.
I don't really come from a country, so it's not.
Well, Zedaar, it's also, you have to learn a certain topic, don't you? You have to learn about your world and you have to learn about Bahamut. Is that not required? What if somebody wants to worship? I'm going to assume Saloon is in this world, or insert other generally good aligned deity here.
That's actually a question that you would have to answer for me, Mage, because I'm not so sure about that. Like, is outside worship something that is tolerated in the Triumvirate?
In the Triumvirate of Atria. Okay. So
Go to Mikey.
I've got to go to Mikey, but I believe from what I remember in our discussions, because we had discussions about this because we both worked on a lot of the cosmological stuff together. What I believe is, whilst Bahamautian faith is the dominant faith, and there's a lot, they do respect the other religions, because in this plane's creation mythos, Bahamut was part of the Good Alliance, essentially, that formed up. And also the Bahamutian faith, whilst not worshipped a lot on this continent, is still respected very well, because Bahamut's in the formation mythos of the history that a lot of the founding pantheons of the region actually believe in. So it's like you're the cool guy. Yeah, it's like that kind of thing. It's
so,
like
I guess Zedaar would say,
Yeah.
well, truth be told, we are taught more than just Bahamut. The creation of the world and the place all deities had in it is something that we learn of, and we learn of each of the other deities, but primarily focus on Bahamut is just what we fall into. You are not ostracized if you choose something else.
Yeah, that is good.
That is actually a bit different. I do seem to recall a couple of peasants being chased out for different worship. A couple of different areas I've been in my life.
I just suppose because we have tied our beliefs and our worship also into the school system, it has made it both easy to teach as many people as possible, but also foster faith. Whereas here, it is not that you do not have a choice, but it is, I do not see as many temples here and even the smaller villages.
It's more of a general practice for much of this place. At least it is in Audifel. Again, it depends on village to village. It's not as centralized. There was a village I passed a long time ago that almost wanted to throw me out because I wouldn't worship some watchry god who threw swords at people who lived in a lake.
Zedaar just blinks at you for a few seconds.
Seems like a reference.
Perhaps to also say that technically, I suppose you would use the word teacher as well as priest. In Draconic, I believe they are the same word.
That seems
Very secular.
That seems not good.
Darius, there are a great many places of religion that hold many centers of learning. Much knowledge is kept in the churches and temples.
No, I understand that. I understand it, but also, again, I said I just don't want to get into the religious conversation today. It's
Hang
just,
on. Can I just back up? Is Darius trying to be atheist in a world where gods literally give people superpowers?
Living, walking proof.
He can't. By definitional standards, he can't be an atheist, but he can be agnostic.
Well,
and he does not. He does not.
You don't have to prescribe to certain doctrine. Okay.
Well, yeah, you'd have to define it because agnostic atheist and agnostic atheist.
That's not though.
Well, that's not. No, he's a skeptical individual.
Meanwhile, Johanna.
Just also that
He
just
doesn't like the structure of churches.
Renard that acknowledges the gods exist but wants nothing to do with them. This is the second time that's happened in one of my campaigns.
He doesn't. It's not that. He just doesn't like the power structure of churches.
He's gonna rethink that when he gets revivified.
That's a personal thing, though. He doesn't like the power structure.
He has a little card as fucking do not resuscitate.
That's fair.
He's a part of a family that's trying to become a landed nobility. He doesn't like the church being there because they're competition.
Yeah, okay.
He would do not revivicate.
But you guys
it
get
also works
about
DNR. It still works.
Yeah, do not revivify still works. I need to start an Etsy store with do not revivify cards.
That might not be a good idea. That might not be a good idea.
Anyway,
I can see it working. I can also see some issues.
A button that says revivify, please. I could see that being
I can see that. Having no, the other one, no. not right now.
Anyway.
You guys get, by the end of day, you get about halfway to Dusterville. This was more uphill, this portion of the journey, and therefore slightly slower. Yeah.
Zep, would you mind if I saw
We're
if I
about
can
to
get
go
Johanna?
down again.
Would you mind before we go to bed if I could see if Johanna can learn a spell or two, just to see if she has the same inward power that I do?
Yeah, of course. I assumed this would be part of what you were doing with
Magic.
that anyway.
Yeah. Johanna.
Yeah?
I would like to show you how I use magic and want to see if you can mimic it.
Zep, are you translating?
Yes.
Okay. She nods.
And Ruby would then go in the process of explaining the tapping of her own inward strength. In Ruby's case, it comes from passion and her desire to make the world better that encants her sorcerer's powers. And I think she would allude to Johanna. Yours seems to be more mental capacity. Use the power of your mind. Picture the spell as you wish to see it, kind of a thing. And then she would teach the invocation, the verbal components and the somatic components to cast prestidigitation.
Okay.
And to see if she can replicate the effect.
Okay. So you're going to get her to try and cast prestidigitation. Let me just read.
Taps a horse out of existence.
Suddenly a tear in the warp. We're now in the Eye of Terror. Congratulations. You just let Slanesh come in.
Just a tentacle comes out of the ground.
How long are you going to try and spend on this with Johanna?
Until we start until it's bedtime. So
Okay.
the evening, post dinner time.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
That's not good.
Okay.
Perils of the warp.
What are you trying to get her to invoke?
Prestidigitation. To make Zedaar's food taste like something she enjoys.
Oh no. That was
Okay.
It's
bad.
not the whole thing, just a piece of it.
So she gets the sandwich or whatever it is they've made from the bread and
Gelatinous
cheese and
meat
meats. And she tries to cast, and it does seem like a magical effect takes hold. She then tries the sandwich and spits it out.
Ruby will laugh a little bit. Very good. Very good.
Not good. Yeah.
Not the
She's like-
sandwich, but the spell. You very good. Much better than my first attempt.
Remember, the first step towards success is failure.
Failure, the greatest
note of
teacher
that.
is.
She takes note of that.
By the way, I'm making a point. Darius is eating only his trail rations.
Okay. Then mark off however many rations you use.
has been since the start. So,
Because he doesn't
2
eat
days.
sandwiches.
No, he likes flavor.
Good for that.
He likes flavor.
Ruby will eat his food, will eat Zedaar's great food, but she also prestidigitates it.
Yeah. In my head, when he said like, "Oh, I make some meat," I just imagined that I processed ham chunks that you can get at like a deli. It's just reprocessed ham.
Cold cuts.
It's got no bones. It's got no fat. It's just a chunk of
Spam,
ham and a brick.
spam. Yeah.
It can't even be spam because spam is very heavily salted.
But yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
spam actually isn't that bad. It's horrible for you, but it tastes pretty good.
But are you taking any watches this evening?
Ruby will
Yes.
take the first watch.
Just do the same watches
Same
over
watch
again.
I
order?
guess that's our standard now.
Yeah.
Okay. Valmir gets to sleep every night without watching.
I was gonna say.
But then
fucking
again-
win.
I think it's the best for the group.
We trust the moves so much more than we trust Valmir.
Yeah.
Valmir can see
Trust
really
my peons.
Okay. Well,
my
first
fear.
watch. Give me your rolls.
Ruby's going to spend her watch probably writing in her journal.
Okay.
Perception. Yeah, she spends most of her time writing in her journal.
Ooh.
Yeah, that first
just
watch,
falls asleep.
I feel like we need to rearrange these watches a little bit because that first watch is looking real light.
Your watch
Except for you just
passes.
like on a puzzle, like a 3D puzzle or something for an hour or something.
I mean, yeah,
Someone-
I probably do just get like
Got
start
Rubik's
like
Cube.
chipping away at a piece of wood and then eventually get really into it, trying to make something.
There's assassins
Mordred,
in
can
the
you-
camp. I'm just staring at them like, no, let's just go. These guys don't deserve this.
Mordred, can you
It's 2
roll
hours making a chain link from a single piece
for
of wood.
Braun, please?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, he takes middle.
Order of
And
Scarlet
I'm guessing
Light.
because you need
15.
3 in total. So, okay, cool. Yeah, he does not. Your watch event is he doesn't wake anyone. His watch goes uneventfully. And finally, the final team watching, Zedaar and Darius, as the sun begins to rise once more.
Darius doing
I will just
calisthenics.
say as well with Braun, it's impossible to surprise him. He's vigilant.
21.
Okay. Is there a range to that? Just for future reference.
However far he can see, but he does not have night vision.
Okay. Oh, he should roll with disadvantage then. In future, but it's fine for now.
Okay.
And yeah, it's a windy, brisk morning. The sun is caught behind clouds this morning, so the dawn isn't as clear, but uneventful. It's kind of a bit chillier today. You pack your things once more into the carts.
Before we finish our watch, I'm just gonna say for the foreseeable future, if I have any third levels left, I will just cast Create Food and Water to make sure that we have that going.
Okay. I will trust you to keep track of that.
I will do that, yes.
Mhm.
Well, because unless it's a day, but I'm just sure that we have plenty of food for each day.
Maybe it'd be more useful if you casted like something, if you made something with texture. Like a food with a texture to it, and then Ruby could help with the flavor, like work together on it. Because just is an idea, like maybe that would help.
Theoretically, I can make any number of things. It would not be the most tasteful, but if I wanted to, do you have the meringue pies here?
See, I was thinking less gelatinous. I was thinking more like
Waffles. I like
it's like
waffles.
crunchy things with crunch, things with like.
I could go for a waffle right now.
Actually, yeah. Honestly,
Not sure if Beth or if Ruby, but you know what?
Both.
I'm assuming waffles exist.
If we wish to, then when we reach to the next village, we can see if we can procure the syrup or the jams, and then I can make waffles.
That
Is this
kind of works
desirable?
because a waffle's just. It doesn't actually have much of a taste.
I won't
It's like
stop
an
you.
average waffle.
And by the magic of the spell, the waffles are actually surprisingly nourishing, unlike normal waffles.
It depends. You get enriched flour. It's not bad.
And how much you eat.
Team survival waffle. Okay.
I'm just saying, but the way this spell reads, the food is nourishing. So my waffles are basically like, they have vitamins in them and stuff. That's just how they are.
It's like those ones you can pick up at because there's a thing.
victory waffles.
There's a company that makes them now. There's a company that makes them now, but it's like they're themed for like men. It's like Kodiak or something like that.
Oh, the ones that are like made with protein powder instead of flour. Those ones.
Yeah, it's like an enriched
they put
waffle.
they essentially
They're
they put
fucking
protein.
huge.
Yeah, they weigh a ton. They've got essentially protein powder in the flour.
They're filling. I've tried them.
Yeah,
they're not bad.
I had a chocolate one. It was a bit rough because it had that protein powder chocolate taste, which was just like.
The regular ones are fine. I hate chocolate taste in a lot of things.
Anyways.
But anyway,
yeah.
sidetrack it.
Just make a list of things that we would like to try, and I will see what I can do with it.
Do things get soggy? Because if we could do something like a crunch, like maybe like a like something like a I don't know, like a fried steak or something like that, we could probably like.
I can make bread. We can turn into breadcrumbs. I do not have oil to fry it.
Well, I was just thinking because it's magic. You know what? Never mind. It's just.
I'll just hold up a flask of oil. I have oil.
Is that edible oil?
It's not the
Is that
right type
just-
of oil.
It's the right type for me.
Right type for Braun. I don't think
Never mind.
All right, this is the right type for Braun.
Just if you have requests, I will do my best to fill them. Just keep in mind that seasoning may be something we wish to purchase to accentuate the food that I create.
I cast Roach Coach.
It's funny enough, you could have gone into that town that you were previously out full of spices, maybe.
Yeah, but we didn't. We wanted to.
It was
just
also
go right
really
by.
close. It's really close to a forest where we almost had a hit taken out on the town.
Anyway.
So
By about noon, you arrive at Dusterville. the... Sorry. 2 seconds. Oh. Not one that's been... I have generated this one before.
Actually craving a waffle now.
Seriously.
So Dustival is very, very small. As you descend towards the town, you've seen this for a while because it was a downhill most of the morning. It's literally a dock with a fortified position behind a wooden walls and a stone keep, singular stone keep in the center, and then there is a scattering of livestock, not livestock houses, but livestock farms as you go towards it, with various. It seems to be slightly built up in the center, but there is no. It's not like multiple street outlet. There is an in-road, an out-road, north and east of this town, and a dockside. It is tiny. There seems to be about 3 ships currently in harbor.
How many days has it been since we left Retbury?
You are now
5, right?
Since you've left
5.
Retbury, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How are our supplies looking? Presumably we haven't consumed much food, courtesy of Bahamut.
We should not have consumed any rations, unless Stelius has been careful not to consume any food and guesses opposition to it.
Oh no, like I had 10 days worth, so I've only been eating on this trip so I've still got 8 days worth of rations.
Well, then we shouldn't have to go resupply for much. Spend as little time in this town as possible. Let's see about getting a boat.
I will see about getting honey for the waffles.
Yes, I'm going to also see if I can find, say, a small pony keg of salt and or pepper.
I'm going to see about getting
This is
news.
our quest.
Finding news about what's been going on in the world, if anything.
Fulfilling dinner. That's the quest.
Hey, look, if you gotta eat, you gotta eat, but might as well eat good.
Just as long
I get it.
the name Waffle Crew has been done before, let's not make that our party name, please.
I
actually have some Belgian waffles downstairs. I might get it during the break. I'm hungry.
Waffles, tasty waffles.
I will try it. We will see if it is official.
Waffle snatchers.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it'll be better than the gelatinous meat cube that you made last time.
I quite like
anyway,
it.
Ruby is going to go carousing for news about what's been going on in the world.
There seems to... So this town is like, you can, as you enter this village, there's about 7,000 people in the local area. It is pretty small. Like, you can essentially get a layout of the entire village as you enter it, and like know what it is. There's a town center. It's not even a town square really. It's like a central area. There is a tavern, a general store, a small non-denominational chapel, various houses, and then local businesses like a butcher. Like I said, there's a lot of livestock farms around, and then there's this fort, so to speak.
He says it's a small town, but the town Ruby's from has like 2,500 people. So I mean,
this is small in the fact that it's very small, considering there's also a small port here that has the port is as big as the rest of the town.
This town is larger than the real life town I am currently in.
Yeah.
My wife's town has a population of like 300.
Hey, same.
Potosi, Missouri. The mayor
don't even have
we
don't even have a grocery store.
Shop. Yeah, there's a general store.
We don't even have that. there's a bar and 2 gas stations.
Anyway, Ruby's gonna go carousing for news about what's been going on in the world, specifically related to the Eladrin Empire and the Reanian Empire and anything out of Retbury. Probably talking to sailors.
Okay. Give me a...
Please say persuasion. Please say persuasion.
Investigation
Yeah, it'd
check.
be an
Doesn't matter for
investigation
me.
check, I think.
Pretty good.
Is anyone else
Better
doing anything in town?
anything
So
else.
we got Zepp is going to look for honey.
I'm
And-
actually Zedaar's going with them since we're shopping for things
Okay,
that
so you
will
guys are
probably
going
be found
for
in
like
association.
supplies. Okay.
Yes.
Honey.
Honey,
I'll
pepper,
go
etc.
with Ruby.
Okay. But, Valmir, what do you look like currently?
Human.
Someone
Darius?
else
Okay.
Maybe I look like Ruby's brother or something.
Darius?
Wow.
Same
that's
hair
a
color.
bit.
Yeah. just human, same hair color. Okay,
I
why
want to
not?
know what Valmir's thoughts that what Ruby's brother's gonna be look like. What does
I like how you
Valmir
describe it like you're on default human one, just like in a game.
Valmir describe
Generic
to
human
me
that is on the front of every game cover for the past 10 years. That guy,
Valmir.
Nathan Drake.
Valmir.
Shooter guy.
Okay, yeah. Describe to me what you think Ruby's brother looks like.
Yes, please.
Look,
Go for it.
he looks like generic human with red hair.
Not just red hair, red fire engine red hair.
Oh yeah, red, like looking like this kid got picked on at school, like straight up.
So average height, average build, average skin tone.
Ruby's
too
tall. Ruby's tall. Ruby's 6 feet tall.
Look,
If he's going generic,
Mr. Generic plus red hair is what I'm looking like right now.
So he went into the character creator, changed nothing but the hair color to ruby red, and that was
Yes.
So if you're
male Shep with red hair. That's what it is.
Male Shep
Male
does not
Shep
look.
with red hair.
Male Shep looks like a fucking model.
He's modeled after a model. That's the point. All generic people in video games are models.
It's just straight up Mr. Generic.
At least it's not like the Fallout New Vegas generic, like presets that are monsters.
True. Anyway,
Reset 3 with red hair.
so Darius, are you
like
going with
longer
anyone,
now.
or are you sticking with what you did?
Did anybody say they were going to procure transport?
No.
Well, I guess I have to. So,
Okay.
I am also going to the butcher's shop, and I'm going
Also,
to spend.
we will meet back by this post in 2 hours.
Well, you guys have stopped. The wagons have stopped in the port area because that's where they're picking up the timber shipment from.
We do it every time, so Zedaar's gonna make a point. This post, 2 hours. This is where we're meeting.
No, point of fact, I'm pretty sure we could see the other side of the town from the opposite side, so I don't think we'd have much problem there. But yes, he's going to try
This post seems
Yeah.
good. I
Yeah,
have an
so Darius
objective
is
in
going
mind.
to secure transport. He's also going to go to the butcher shop. And we don't need to roleplay that. He's just going to spend a gold piece on getting just cuts of pork. Like
Okay,
probably salt pork and some not the what is it called? Like before it's bacon, it's just what is it? It's just
Meat.
no, before it's bacon, it's a specific cut. It's the belly. What is it called?
Bacon ain't from the belly where I'm from.
Lamb.
Back.
No, what is it called?
Back bacon, the best bacon.
It's just belly, isn't it?
Is it guys a pork belly?
Yeah, it's belly.
This
Yeah,
is
he's
gonna get British bacon and American rubbish.
The hock is the leg.
I was
ham
about
is
to
the
say
back.
Opal, that shit
Loin
bacon,
is the
but
top,
you
the
got
middle,
beef
the
to
back.
it.
Well, no, the reason you get the reason you get pork belly is because it's got a lot of fat in it. It also keeps well. It doesn't have.
That's the reason we don't get it, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
We sell it to the Americans.
I mean, there's wow.
Chop the bacon half.
wow.
There's rib bacon and then there's belly bacon.
Yeah. Well, American bacon is from pork belly. It's from the same area. That's because it has a higher fat content.
It's
But
better.
he's going to spend whatever he needs to spend to get a decent cut of that and some salt pork because we're going to go on ship.
Okay.
And I don't want to depend
How
on
long
somebody
are you
else.
looking for? Like how much?
Or just
like,
some lemons too.
So last
Why
you
are we
how
not
long?
like
It's just going to be a supplement kind of thing. I don't think we need to worry about because we got somebody who makes food out of thin air. So it's mostly just to supplement the tasteless food, the bland kind of food that
4 gold pieces.
is bland. 4 gold pieces. Okay.
Yeah.
That's I need to know where my gold pieces are. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Well,
Okay. Yeah, you find that.
and then a ship.
Okay, so then you'll go into the port. Ruby, give me an investigation check.
I already did 11.
Okay, sorry, I was on a different tab anyway. So I'm on information about the town. You don't see many sailors. A lot of them are actually kept to their ships right now. It's this a lot. You get the impression that a lot of these places they don't come to shore long here. It's not a main staple port. And in fact, you see that there's a number of ships that are docked out in the almost the natural harbor of this area, almost waiting to come ashore. Like this place is kind of not big enough for the amount of flow of traffic it gets. So there's not a lot of sailors around. What you do come across is you see a group of about 5 very, very heavily armored individuals in chain and visored helmets with some of them have cloaks of like a deep reddish color. All 5 of them seem to have a great axe on them. They're all humanoid.
Any heraldry or sigils to signify where they're from?
Give me a quick history check.
Sure.
I'm with her. Can she have advantage?
No,
Because I'm also proficient at history.
you're
and from
not.
this continent.
You're from this continent, but not from above it. So I don't know how. I don't know how well. I don't know how your heraldry of the Reanian Empire is compared to, say, someone who lived in the kingdom very next door.
Fair enough.
Are they Nardathalian?
They are not. Hold on, give me a second. They are Reanian. These people.
Okay. Phew.
For reference, Mitch, I just wanted to double check here. You said 4 gold pieces for those cuts of meat.
Yep.
In the rule book, 3 gold pieces gets me 1 whole pig.
This is really delicious.
So I just wanted to check. I just wanted to check how many pounds of meat do I buy?
But it's to do with the processing of it, because like a day's ration is 5 silver pieces.
I know. I'm asking how many pounds of meat did I just buy?
Probably about.
That I'm not.
Probably about 3.
3 pounds of. Okay.
Well, to also make a point of this, it actually says in the book that a single chunk of meat is like 5 silver pieces.
Yeah.
And a chunk is like what you'd put on a sandwich.
Yeah.
Where does that say that?
It's in the tavern settings.
Oh, because I'm saying in trade goods, 1
Yeah,
pig
that's
3
a whole
gold
pig
pieces.
that you need to feed and
chickens,
raise
2
and
silver
keep.
pieces.
You can buy a pig if you want to. You can go to there's some livestock around, but you'd have to then go through the act of slaughtering it and curing it yourself.
3 silver pieces. That's a chunk of meat. 3 silver pieces
for a meat chunk. Yeah, but either way.
So yeah,
No, it's just checking.
Seems reasonable.
It's the treatment and preparation of that much.
I mean, Darius knows how to
flavor
slaughter
meat.
a pig.
Well, I mean, if you want to do it that way, then you can.
On a boat. I mean, you could, but
You
good luck
could.
smoking it.
You didn't ask for a chunk of meat. You were very specific on the specific cut of fucking meat that you wanted.
You don't.
Yes, because pork belly.
Anyway, cutting in here, trying to DM some D&D.
We're good. Back to D&D.
So, you don't recognize the color. You do recognize that the colors, they seem to be local. And the cuts of their uniform is like, they are definitely Reanian, but you don't know who they reside to.
Just, can I be nearby and perhaps listen in? Or if they're talking about anything?
Sure. Give me a perception check.
Oh, my lord.
Unfortunately, you don't hear anything of note.
Do you want me to go away? I'll go with someone else for a bit.
Close. My freaking Will Wheaton in this game, man.
Yeah, no, Valmy, you're there as well. Give me a perception check as well, because you said you were
He
going.
rolls less than me.
Watch me, like, fuck up.
Maybe you should just stand next to the post.
You guys don't pick up anything of note. Anyway, Zedaar and Zep, you are looking for... I'm guessing Braun and Johanna might be with you as well as a group. You enter the general store, and it's a very quaint little general store. In fact, it's one large room with a thatched roof. It's got centralized wooden beams, and there's these beams are really lovely carved. It's in the older Reanian style. It's got lots of crates lined with straw, and then vegetables and fruit. Some of it imported, some of it natural. They also have racks of wool and woven wool, and even a few woolen jackets from what seem to be Reanian livestock and local livestock as well. There's a lot of there's a couple of shelves with jars of jams and chutneys and things like honey, local produce. This feels like a very central hub for a lot of the local farmers to come in and either they sell their stuff to this place to then be sold, or this place buys in for a lot of the local villagers and farmers to eat from. It seems a relatively nice place. And then they've got another section that has things like offcuts of timber and scrap nails that they've bought from the blacksmith, and empty glassware and mugs and things. It's a real weird eclectic mix in this general goods store. And behind the counter there is a lady in her mid-40s. She has I can't remember the name of the cap, but that's the standard sort of milkmaid looking medieval hat. Yeah, like a bonnet and an apron, but the apron is a thick leather rather than a standardized apron. It's a thick leather, and she's got clearly very because you see her because she's lifting what seems to be a barrel in from a back room, and she's got very almost workman's hands, but she's also very, very well kept and very neat and clean. And she looks up at you and goes, "Oh, can I get you anything for today?"
Why don't you go first, Zep?
Yeah, so I am here for some. I'll take a couple of those nails, couple of those pieces of wood over there, and those bolts of wool. They seem very impressive, and completely going off on a tangent for crafting materials. I'll get maybe 15 gold pieces worth.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, and honey.
And some honey. We've got a couple of jars of honey over there. We've got how many jars would you like? They're 2 silver a jar.
I'd just say 1 gold piece for honey and
that big.
Jam.
That seems fair.
I'll spend a gold piece on honey and jam. A mixture.
Okay, yeah, sure. You gotta get yourself a mixture. That'll get you about about 5 jars of various.
So that's a good amount. It would last the trip, depending on how many waffles we end up eating. It should be fine.
Yeah, you get yourself some various.
That's just a good point, Zedaar. Let's just double this.
There are 10 of us in the group. We will go through that quickly.
Yeah. Well, she's like, no, that's absolutely.
This is for the group. I was thinking for myself.
We can take from the party funds to pay for this. This is for everyone.
You don't need a lot. Remember, medieval palaces are pretty bland, so don't need much.
3 gold pieces worth of this, so 15 jars of different.
Okay, yeah,
supplies.
you get some blackberry, you get gooseberry, you get all sorts of jams.
Lots of honey.
A lot of honey.
Well,
yeah.
Looking forward, this is the good idea because this stuff keeps for basically ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't go bad, does it?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Takes
Some
a long
jam,
time for honey to
some
go bad.
honey doesn't, but some jams might go tart after a while, and really bitter.
I thought honey was one of the only foods that doesn't go bad because they had some in like a tomb in Egypt.
Yeah, they found ancient Egyptian honey.
Still edible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. The honey is like completely well preserved, which is why also it was used to make a lot of sweets in this period as well. A lot of hard candies.
It's picking up mostly honey, but with a selection of jams too.
It's one of the cheapest sweeteners.
And as for what I am looking for, I do not suppose you have, say, a pound sack of salt and pepper. Not mixed, please.
Oh, God.
She looks and you are in luck. She goes, we tend to supply some quite a lot of the ships with various spices. We do keep a little bit salt and pepper. We can definitely do. Anything a bit more exotic, we might send you back. How much does be that? Since you probably.
I actually have this.
Okay.
A pound of pepper is 2 gold pieces. A pound of salt is 5 copper.
Yeah, she says she'll do it all for 2 gold pieces. They've got quite a lot of it. But if you wanted something, if you wanted a bit more of spices from the other continent, that would set you back a bit more.
Sure. We'll take 5 gold pieces out of the party loot and just pay for it all.
Yep, sure.
3 pounds of saffron.
Oh, is that including the jam?
Yes, I feel like this is all for the party, so might as well just take the 5 out of the party
sure.
loot.
I can
I'll
definitely do
refund
that.
myself 3 gold.
It has no mechanical value, but we like role playing, so we're gonna have good tasting food for our fake characters.
Our morale in character will be better, even if there's no noticeable benefit for having high morale.
She goes back to you, Zip, and says, well, if you're interested in the some of the walls, it's what we have here. We have we have some coats, some woven from. We've got some from the long-haired black Barnaby, and we also have some Bambly Brown Winterden sheep wool. Both of them are exquisitely good at keeping people warm in the colder environments of the Empire.
Is it expected that we will be in cold places? I'm asking Zedaar.
Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry.
Are we going to be going through cold areas?
We are sailing to the southern coast. I do not know if that will be cold.
To put it in perspective,
Also,
where you
I
are right now is...
game. I apologize.
That's fine. Where you are right now is essentially in the middle of this continent, and it's about the same temperature as London. And, so if you were to go to the... We're currently about to go into... We're in the last month of summer.
Yeah. If we're sailing south, though, are we getting closer to the equator or farther away?
If you're going south, you're going closer to the equator. But
So
you're only
theoretically,
going
it would
south
get
for a
warmer.
while, and then you're cutting cross-country again. So
Yeah, I don't think we're going that far.
Yeah, so for example, the closest so the most furthest north part of the empire is the temperature of Archangel, Russia, and then the lowest parts of this empire are sort of London, Prague, sort of Copenhagen temperatures.
I think we will be fine. You will know better than I do, but it does not seem like it will get readily colder soon. We should be able to make it to Legransland or somewhere else before the snows start to set in, yes?
Yeah, I think that we will be okay. I was mostly interested in the bolts of wool because the quality seems good. And I would like to try making some things with it.
That is fair.
Yeah, well, absolutely. If you want to buy this, because it is basically, as a note, this wool would probably cost you more than just a crafting material thing, because there is a property to it. But you can definitely buy some. There's a property to it.
Cheers.
This would give you. This would basically. You would be able to. It counts as a cold weather gear, and you would be able to. You wouldn't feel the effects of certain cold weather, and you'd have an advantage on Constitution saves against cold effects.
So I believe a good word for it would be insulated. It's innately insulated.
It's innately very insulated.
I was just looking for regular wool bolts to make fabric things from.
Well, they have some. Yeah, they have some regular stuff. There's just the stuff on display was. It's probably the most popular export from the Reane Empire. They just have some really hardy sheep, breeds of sheep that is a lot of other nations go, oh yeah, we'll buy this in the boatloads because it's really good at properties. For example, the Aztakian Caliphate by a lot of it because there are desert people who now live in a tundra because of magic. So,
yeah, I can see the appeal of that.
yeah. So for example, they buy a hell of a lot of it. But yeah. So okay, you can get like some wool and stuff that's not the same quality. But
I spend enough on crafting material as it is.
Yeah.
At least you didn't have to pay for the jams.
This is true.
True. But unless there's anything else you guys want, I will move on to a different group. So, Darius, you are looking for passage, and we'll do this just before we go on break. So, Darius, give me an investigation check.
Right. Investigation. It's not great. 12.
It takes you a while, but eventually you come across two captains going over conversation, and one of them mentions how they're stepping up in Colchin before they're heading up to Belvedere in Othray.
Which is where we wanted to go.
Yeah, I don't have my
Colchin.
hand. I don't have the map.
Koshelin's the next town south, basically, which leads to the main path, which we wanted to take east.
We need a map of the world in game, Midge. In the.
You haven't bought one.
Yeah, but we still have the map. We have access outside of game. I'm just trying to so I can keep.
Well, in that case,
this way it's easier.
We shouldn't have to make one. I'm a cartographer. I can make one.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I want to approach that captain who's going there to where we need to go about booking passage aboard his vessel.
Also, Roach, I'll remind you that there is a map that you made me of this particular empire that I paid you to make that you should have a copy of.
That doesn't seem right.
But yes, you go and approach the captain, and he looks over. Oh, can I help you?
Yes, sir. I'd like to book passage aboard. You son of a bitch! It is here, but it's very low detail, so it actually doesn't have that town or anything in there, and where that town is, it's not the same name.
Really?
Kojin's not in the same spot. No,
is it
it's Rolf. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is an out-of-date map, that one, to be fair.
Yeah. So screw you. I would like to book passage. I heard you're going to Kojin. Assume I pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, we're doing a run. We've got we're shipping timber down to Othray, and we're due to pick some more up over there in Colchin. Is it just yourself?
No, it's a group. It's quite a large group. Willing to rough it.
Oh, well, it's a day by sea, so if you're willing to stay on the top deck, we could fit 10.
What's the weather look like?
It's cloudy this morning.
Yeah, no, we got all those bolts of waterproof cloth and stuff like that, so it doesn't. No, well, yes, we'll take you up on that.
Okay,
though, since we have no cabins, I would assume the price for passage would be proportional. Good sir.
Well, 10 people. Do it for 5 gold.
Total?
Yeah.
5 silver per person. 5 silver per person is pretty good. That's not actually that bad. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna haggle this guy. I don't think I want to risk it. We have no other options. We quite literally have no other options that I've been presented with. And I was left alone to this because nobody else wanted to. Yes, we'll go ahead and do that, good sir. Can I take that out of the party sheets funds? Because we have a shitload of money in the party sheet. How much was that?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
There's 5 gold. Yeah.
I still 408.
So you're taking that from the party fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
408. Late. Yep. No worries. Okay. Yeah. We're leaving this evening. If that's all right with you. Okay. Yep.
Need a description of the ship name.
Oh, it's the one right here. It's the light blue sail. It is called the. This is called the.
I'd like to believe this is in character. The character, he's forgotten his own ship. Horrible dementia.
Because he's only a pilot, not a captain.
This is the.
Always.
The golden sheep.
This is the Andrew. Funny enough.
Oh, all right. That's actually, by being so generic, that's very distinct. Right back around to being very memorable. The Andrew. All right, we'll be here. When exactly do you actually? You know what? We're gonna show up early. We'll be here. Don't worry.
We won't leave you out without you, but we'll be ready to set off in the next 4 hours or so.
10 gold. That all right? 10 gold won't leave without us. All right. Yeah. All right.
5 gold won't leave without you.
5 gold.
Yeah. You see the ship, and it is kind of a beaten up cog.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense now that I think about it.
Yeah, but you secure passage on it nonetheless. And we will use this time to go to break. So grab yourselves a drink. We will be right back. Make sure you stretch your legs, and we'll see you in a moment. And welcome back. I just also, before we get on with the rest of tonight's game, I wanted to quickly thank the people who already started supporting us on Twitch. We probably won't be able to do shout-outs to everyone when that happens, but I just want to give some shout-outs to the people who have subscribed. Obviously, we had the Anto, who was our first ever sub, and then DM Lake for subscribing. Thank you there. Lord Lambert, thank you for the subscribing. This is just starting to sound like... DM Opal, thank you for subscribing. Mordred Viking, thank you for subscribing. And now I feel like I need to subscribe now. James SKN, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Surely Only Mikey, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Casamia, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And Mikey, thank you again for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community.
Well, see, it was easy,
Roach, thank you for subscribing with Prime.
I have Prime Gaming, and with Prime Gaming, you too have a Twitch subscription that costs you absolutely nothing but can support your local streamer.
Wow, Lake, tell us more! Sorry, I thought we were doing an infomercial bit, like, wow, Lake, tell us more!
One of the finest bits of advice I can ever give somebody is pay yourself first. I think with this, it goes a little bit deeper than that, but...
I would subscribe to this, but I would legitimately be causing tax issues if I did. So, I won't. But all of those people will probably get a lovely nice stuff.
It's literally giving Jeff Bezos money as if he needs any more.
Jeffrey Bezos. Right, but anyway. So, last half of this episode, you guys booked passage on the ship, you collected some jams, and you got ready to go. Now, you have until the late afternoon before you are required at the ship to go to the next town, so should you wish to do anything, the time is still yours.
Valmir,
Yes.
cover me. I'm going to have a conversation with these knights and see what's going on.
Cover you.
Just be there in the event that something happens.
I'll do my best.
Whatever you do, Valmir, don't roll.
And Ruby's going to walk up to the knights.
Okay. Yeah, these are heavily chain-mailed. One seems to be has a female form, the rest of them to be men. 5 of them. They seem to be not really discussing much, but they're resting. A couple of them have round wooden shields. One seems to have a heavy crossbow, but all of them have a large axe. As well as various other arms, which they seem to fit themselves with. And you go to one that has got their helmet off and is currently kind of just like, looks like they're trying to buff out like some sort of stain, whether they've been the target of a seagull attack or what, you don't know, but they seem to just be idling.
Hello, folks. How are we doing today? Smile.
We're not bad, miss. Can we help you with anything?
Well, oddly enough, I happen to be passing through the area, and I'm just trying to get a sense of what's been going on. I've been out in the field for a while, and you heard any news or anything interesting going on? I don't usually see armed and armored. Is it all gentlemen?
One woman.
There's one lady.
One woman.
I don't see armored folks about.
Well, the Earl has started calling at least the Husakals up. A little bit of a political incident. The word happens that some elf or another was killed over on Retby, and they're just precautionary, starting to raise the Husakals.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information. It was wonderful.
No, by all means. I don't think it'll come to much. I'll probably be back here next week.
Let's hope so. She will walk away.
Okay.
Well, apparently word has gotten out about our incident with the ambassador.
But on Retbury. Interesting.
It's just precautionary measures.
But still, very much posturing can escalate things.
I don't think we should linger here for much longer. Hopefully the others have found a boat.
Yes, let us get out of this place.
What is the difference in a boat?
Okay. And if there isn't
Ponder
anything...
that question.
if there isn't anything else you guys want to do, we will skip on to the boat. You guys gather outside the Andrew. The ship the crew look ready to go, and the captain gives you a nod. It's like, well, come on board, get yourselves comfortable.
Does the crew look competent?
They look competent, if not poorer than the previous ship you were. How vast is Darius's knowledge of shipping, and
Given the fact that we
crewing
don't
of
own
ships?
a fleet, we don't own a fleet or ships. We have to purchase them.
Does this look like a crew of a boat, or does this look like the crew from the Muppets Treasure Island pirate crew? Does anybody get the reference, or am I that?
See, I don't know. Muppet Treasure Island, they did pretty well.
Except they still looked raggedy.
Yeah,
these guys
well.
don't look like they're part of a successful trading company or anything larger than just this ship has hired these people. Probably they don't always work on this very ship. So as far as you've got a couple of humans, it seems to be
Is this a ship of hirelings?
Yes, a majority human crew. There seems to be one. What was that race called? Hold on, I can't remember.
Don't know.
I can't remember what the gerbil people are called. It might be gerbiline.
Oh.
Are
they normal sized or
about 3 foot, gnomish size? Gerbiline.
That's adorable. That's just a giant. It's just a sentient capybara.
As the creatures existing in this world, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a sentient capybara.
These miniature giant space hamsters.
No, think more Tom and Jerry kind of look.
That's even more adorable. Okay, I can't say that though.
But with really long tails.
If we give one of them a nice big poofy hat, a rapier, and a tabard, they could be a mouseketeer.
No. We can't say these things. We can't say this is a person. We can't.
Pulls a knife. What are you saying?
Not only that, it's a surly sailor that probably hasn't been sober in years. We can't say these things.
He
has a huge Napoleon complex.
Trobanian.
I think it's a javelin. I'm gonna have to.
In a real world of sentient rats,
God.
we're concerned about talking gerbils.
I think the biggest surprise is that this is proof that Kifis is not abnormal. There are more of him.
We just been dicks.
Sorry, it's Gerbine. Yeah, it's Gerbine. Gerbines are small mouse-like folk with furred tails that help them balance.
Right. So other races call them that because they would not choose to be called that, I would assume.
I'm guessing so.
That seems like an external moniker.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Anyway.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
And for reference, I have a photo of it's from the Humblewood Handbook, and it's freaking amazing. I'm gonna put it in the handouts, and it's exactly what all of you are thinking. This is not the character you're seeing, but
I'm just imagining like a troop of these guys like just taking down a knight or something. Just like it's funny as shit.
Hold on. There are. This is kind of what you're looking at.
It's a musketeer.
No, man.
Is that what we're seeing right now?
Well, not right now. He's not as illustrious as that. No, this one's more in like a tunic shirt. Yeah, he's got a chunk out of his ear. He's a sort of he's got a whiter fur coat. It looks a little bit
matted.
Yeah, a little bit matted. He does seem to have like a dagger, like what would be a normal fighting dagger for you guys is like on his entire, like, covers his entire chest, that is like uses as like a way of carrying it. Less of a fighting knife though, more like a workman's knife. It seems to be very good at climbing to the rigging. You see that they keep giving him ropes to, they're getting one of the sails ready to go.
Right.
Stream's asking if they can see.
I don't know if I can share
What do you
the
think it
image, unfortunately, because
Yeah.
I don't know if I have the rights to show that book. I do own the book, but I don't know if I've got the rights to put it on stream. But look, check out the Humblewood supplement. It's awesome. It really is.
It's exactly what you think it is, chat. What you're imagining? Yeah.
So this is us having regathered, correct?
This is us staring at a person on a ship as a group, just like
It seems fine to me. They don't look any stranger than, the rest of you.
it was very limited. I mean, it's true. Honestly, we are a ragtag group. I was just checking to see if they looked like this. If it looked like this ship was just gonna be sunk for insurance money or something. But all right.
It seems like it will get us where we're going. That is sufficient.
I mean, I paid almost nothing for this trip. We paid more on our food.
You paid more for jams.
Yeah.
Then we paid for 10 people to be able to ride this boat. Yeah.
My sword costs more than this trip.
It's not
make
the best of it.
Maybe we should not say this quite so loudly.
I mean, no. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to insult the man.
Anyway, we board.
Yep.
You bored.
And I would like to ask the skipper if they would like one more man to help. I am eager to learn some of the sailing arts, and if they need an extra hand, I'm willing.
Sure. Yeah, no, they're like, yeah, sure. Yeah, by all means.
Tomorrow Zeppa's made this a pristine ship. Just fixed it. Just completely fixed it.
I want to learn how to sail, so this is one of the ways to do that.
This is a good hands-on experience, and you have background in carpentry slightly, don't you? Yeah, it's gonna come in perfect.
Slightly.
Yes. I don't like that. I don't like that. We're going over open water, Midge. You can't say that.
No, I'm pretty sure he's proficient as a carpenter.
I am.
Yeah. So I was just double checking.
You're gonna need that tone.
No, I'm saying that will aid him in his learning.
Oh yeah, the ship leaks like a save. Just constantly 24/7, and we sink right to the bottom.
So again, this is about a day's journey to the next town. And you set off. Is there anything you guys are doing particularly on the boat?
Johanna's going to be being. I'm sorry. Ruby's going to be trying to teach Johanna prestidigitation correctly.
Okay.
And I'm teaching common.
Give me an Arcana check, Ruby.
Things that I can potentially do well.
Sort of do.
Because that will set what the DC for Johanna is going to be. Oh, that's not good.
Wait. If I rolled low, would the DC have been low?
No. You're lowering her DC.
Oh, I was gonna say if I was a
So you do this, and she just force pushes Ruby off the boat.
I can see my house from here.
So she's trying to prestidigitate, and it's going okay. And you guys are sat on like the staircase to where the ship's wheel is, like away from people. And it's going okay, and finally she creates a few shapes. Not quite a fully fledged thing, until finally she actually forms a small ball of fire, which you are quick to react and snuff out. And then she goes really apologetic, and she's like, oh, sorry.
Johanna, that is not prestidigitation. That is firebolt. That was not what I was teaching you.
It just, I got angry that it wasn't working, and then...
Yes, passion, emotion, feeling is a great guide for sorceress magic, but you cannot let them... You cannot let them totally consume you, otherwise things you don't want to happen will happen, and you'll end up burning down things that you care a great deal about.
She kind of nods.
Like this boat, which I want to be on.
Darius, yeah. So
More of a contextual caring about, though. It's not really a long term.
Darius, give Give me an intelligence check.
Righto.
For your teaching.
If I teach her a full language before you can teach her to cast a spell, it's gonna be amazing.
Well, it tells us the difference in what's difficult and what's not.
Or the quality of the teacher.
Well, no. I'm just gonna say well saved.
21.
Nice.
It still takes him 15 hours to get across how to say hello, but it's well done.
Okay, so my 3 rolls there were a 1, 1, 19. She doesn't. It takes her a while to. Yeah, it takes her a while to kind of get focused today on languages. She's a bit bored of it, and seems to be preoccupied with something. But she gets there and she learns a few things.
Bored. All right, sword practice. Let's go.
This bitch gonna grow up to be a battle mage.
You're gonna teach her to use a sword, then fine. Do you want to use?
She's going undercover as a squire, and we have a lot of overland travel in country.
Go for it.
So.
Teach her some sword skills.
Yep. Calling out language while we do it. We're making it more interesting. We're changing it.
Spells, move things to their mind, and she's gonna be able to use a sword. Bitch is about to become a freaking Jedi.
Yep. So what do I need to roll for that?
For now, I'll just knock off one of the bad rolls. For your reacting to her negativity, but and I just rolled a natural 20. So she really takes to the sword practice.
Patty.
She seems to have learned most of the translate. A lot of her translations, like the words she picks up the most from you saying, are the more martial terms, and she seems to be like really picking up the martial terms, including a lot of tactical terms like flee.
Flee's good. Flee's good for her. Hide. Yeah. Dodge. You are not a girl. You are a sword. And just doing a
She can't ask you where the bathroom is, but she knows 5 different words for dive, duck, dip, dodge, and dive.
With redundancy.
With redundancy, because one of those is really important.
Well, common, like every language has a couple of extra words, so I guess maybe we have 2 words for dive.
I'd also like to imagine that Ruby's teaching style is very gentle, more nurturing, mother-like than it is as opposed to Darius's rinse, Ryan, repeat.
Well, yeah. And it's definitely having an effect.
Repetition is key.
Consistency is important unless you're screwing up.
Okay, are we doing watches tonight, or are we just setting up a camp and sleeping on the boat?
I imagine Zedaar would take first watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we like on the water?
Can we commit?
You are sailing right now, Valmir. Yeah.
I am in the middle of the boat. I have my potion of water breathing, holding it, just sat in the middle on the deck.
I'm gonna
make Valmir roll this. Valmir.
Oh yeah. No,
roll me a d20, please.
Oh.
Above a 10, it remains dry tonight.
Oh. It was a 20 to roll.
Even through the weather, Valmir cannot help us.
That was almost a 20.
This is my favorite thing.
It's amazing.
This is my favorite thing. Okay.
What god did you hurt?
Yeah, what ancient blood curse did you inherit 3 generations ago? Jesus.
When I watched Critical Role, I laughed at Will Wheaton, and now I'm fucked.
That'll do it.
Like, have you touched Ben Magnus within the last couple of years? Because he's got horrible luck.
Ben managed to break Instagram, by the way, just as an off note.
Oh, what did he do?
He found a bug that is.
I need to see if I'll fix it.
He managed to find a bug that has broken a multi-million-dollar app that Instagram are now investigating.
Seriously, we need to. Parallax needs to hire him as QA.
Do they want to have working games? Don't talk about that. Let's not get into that.
No.
Please talk about that.
Yeah.
Just like, no.
This is our break time. This is what we do to escape from work.
Anyway,
What are you doing right now?
on the boat, the things that are happening on the boat when apparently it starts to rain.
About halfway through Zedaar's watch, trickles before the heavens open. You manage to get your tops up just in time, but the boat begins to rock pretty heavily as a storm takes hold.
So maybe we should make the sails a little bit smaller if it seems a bit dangerous.
Yeah, it starts to...
still crewing.
Yeah.
Crew know what does crew look like it knows what it's doing?
Yeah.
Or are they blinds? Okay.
Yeah, they look fine. The boat, however, is a little bit like...
First to suggest that.
No, they're dealing with... The ship is sailing fine. It's just, for those of you who might not like water, it is uncomfortable right now because with every sway of the boat, you get a glance of the ocean. And Valmir...
Has his eyes closed.
Well, let's see about that. Roll me a constitution check.
See if
Ruby, for her part, she likes the rocking of the waves.
What is
That's saying they can't see the rolls, by the way.
Constitution? I'll wait until you have it up before
so it's good.
I embarrass myself.
Oh, that was almost a
That
1.
was so close to being just a 1.
But I saved it by rolling a 7.
The weather... You get a +4 to that, so it's an 11 total. That's fine. Whilst the weather slowly makes you queasy, you do manage to find the soft relief in slumber before you are kept up thinking about the water that surrounds you.
Quite brisk tonight, isn't it, Valmir? It's nice. Just like
He's fast asleep now. But first watch, please give me a perception check if you have not already.
Okay.
19.
Yep. It's apart from the rain, everything seems fine.
He's
I'm gonna shove Valmir off this boat. His luck is rubbing off on me, and I don't like it.
Give me a perception check for Braun, who is taking the second watch.
The average is being brought down by a few people on this party right now.
Remember, this is nighttime, so it would be at disadvantage looking out past the ship.
Damn it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. 8.
Okay. And then his watch also passes pretty uneventfully. And then our final watch, please.
Which would be Darius now, I think.
Ooh. 13.
Would it also not be disadvantage?
You said the mornings were light was happening.
The light, it's only because in the where Braun is, it's pitch black, deep night. Whereas this is like dusk, early morning light starting to break through. Because you still have disadvantage if it's completely. You have disadvantage if it's darkness. As a non-dark visioner. In fact, I think even the deepest parts of night, if there's no moonlight, people with dark vision would struggle.
Yes, sir. I mean, theoretically, we could get him like a lantern or a torch or something so he could see.
Mm-hmm.
If only. I can see perfectly fine, but I don't want to.
Transplant Valmir's eyes into Braun and see if that helps.
Oh dear, I don't want to know what sort of divination magic you're proposing, but anyway. And final watch.
Make Valmir RoboCop.
The rain begins to lessen, and you continue towards land. You've got the ship is planning to dock at about just after lunchtime. So if you need to eat rations, please do. And if not, we will enter Kochasin.
Definitely eating rations.
I will make a habit of making
tinderbox
some waffles.
Okay.
Because since that's 45 pounds of food, I don't just only make waffles because that would be a ridiculous amount of waffles.
Oh no, you got savory and sweet waffles. It's like it is the party's MRE. I like the idea of just like it's like it's a sealed bag. You get a little tincture of the jam or the honey, and then like you've got one savory waffle, one cold waffle. Fruit sweet waffle.
It's not too far off from early rations. It was mostly bread products.
Bread and meat.
It was like a little bit of canned meat and like twice baked bread or biscuits or not a biscuit. Well, actually, what did they call them? I'm forgetting the German one. Everything was bread.
Let me just double check. I might be able to send you a town map for this one. Give me 2 moments.
Very big orchestral score for such a mundane day of travel.
Well, this is as you enter the harbor. And yes, I can send you my handouts. So, you dock. This is far more active town than the last, as there seems to be a massive harbor industry here, including a shipwright. And you actually, as you enter port, you see a lot of... there's actually a boat that has been... it's on its maiden voyage, and there's a crowd gathered as what seems to be a military vessel is actually launched from this town. It's the shielded sides, and it's interesting because it seems to be completely covered on the deck. There is no open top deck with this ship except for where the wheel of the ship is. The rest is completely covered, almost like a turtle ship kind of thing. But it's
no sail.
It's no. It's got oars.
What's the ship made out of? Wood
Looks
or
to be
iron?
solid wood with some sheet iron on the sides of some sort.
Early ass ironclad.
Yeah, think of it like that. Although there doesn't seem to be any weaponry, so to speak, except for right at the front there is a ram. Yeah. But you enter the town and you
What's
dock.
the weather right now?
It's cloudy. But it's dried up. It seems like the rain hit overnight, but it's still cloudy.
It's a very simple design. We made those maybe 10 years ago.
Oh, more than 10 years ago.
20 years ago, 50 years ago.
Yeah, this is more 100 years behind what you guys have.
It looks like one of my training ships.
Yeah.
You feeling okay, Seth? Did you forget what year it was?
Yes, I've been forgetting things lately. I didn't quite realize just how far ahead of these people we were.
So, now that we're here, I think it's best time to discuss our route. Obviously, we're going to be going on foot for quite some distance from here, so procuring a covered wagon and horses is going to be essential.
That was the plan, yes.
Yes. Who wants to take up that job?
I have the party funds, and if we are going to cover this, it seems drawing it from the party would be the wisest, so...
Okay.
But someone who can negotiate a better deal would be smarter.
I will go with you on that one, then.
I would also like to accompany you to make sure the quality of the cart is good.
Okay. How about we do that, and Darius, Valmir, Johanna, and company, more supplies if necessary, and perhaps see what's going on in the world.
Oh, sure, we could do that.
Right.
Okay, so...
Meet back. I'm assuming there's a town center, a square somewhere.
Is there a tavern? Actually, how early did we get?
You said just after lunchtime, right?
Just after lunchtime, so it's about one in the afternoon.
So how about dinner time? We all meet up at a tavern near the town center.
Yes, is there a tavern? Actually, Zedaar's voice. Is there a tavern nearby that we can see that we can actually just pick out as a target?
From where you see, there's a couple of taverns on the docks. But if you're having this conversation, one of the ship's captain leans over. It's like, oh, there's a whole string of restaurants, hotels, and cafes in the town square. If you more that kind of thing, these are a bit more our kind of thing on the shore here, on the dockside.
Is there a
here.
landmark? In the center of town.
Well, there's the central square with the fountain.
That'll
The
work.
fountain will work. Get there
The
before
fountain.
nightfall.
All right. Waffle crew, let's go.
No, we can't be the waffle crew.
Oh, we can?
That is actually that's a group name that has already been used in another product.
Oh, I can't say Waffle House. I can't say Waffle House because that's taken. Damn it! The awful waffle.
No.
Anyways, let's go split the party again, guys.
Ruby's also
In a new town that probably has criminal elements.
Probably unnecessary.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We only sit Valmir to keep an eye on all the minions.
Well, I'm here.
Yeah, Darius is there too.
Yeah.
There's one competent person here.
And then
Good job, Valmir.
there's a competent person and somebody who rolls well.
Anyways.
All right.
Actually, I want to see what happens to them first, if we can.
Yeah, sure.
Out of curiosity.
Sure. Team A, what are you doing? How are you doing it?
Right, so
So we're looking for a livery stable.
I thought we were team A.
Yeah, I'll go with team with Darius in it. Go first. Because
Yeah,
right.
if they're team A, we're team 1.
A1. All right. So we need to gather supplies that we might need, and we need information on what's going on in the world.
What supplies would we need if we have basically infinite food from Zedaar? Sure.
Variety would be good.
Food for the horses too. Oh shit.
It's weird. I can hear her.
Because she's still here. We have not left. We have not left yet. We're just
Not a giving pigeon says
on the way, I guess.
So yeah, we need. Don't really need horse food as much because they can graze openly in the interior.
Perhaps tents. If we are going to
no, we don't need those either because
No?
Zep's got that handled, so we don't need those.
Oh yes, the pavilions.
Got the pavilions. Fuck. What do we? What is our job? I don't think we need anything. Like supply wise, we've got plenty of. I mean, we just maybe food variety. Get like extra rations just in case Zedaar's tapped one day.
And what's in the? We've got 25 rations in the party sheet.
Oh, we do? Oh,
Yeah.
don't need that either. Yeah, let's just troll around. Let's see what's going on inside the town. Let's do that.
okay,
Let's go to the tavern and get wasted.
either give me an investigation check or with each or a
I got this.
one with
I
advantage.
got the rolls.
No.
No. I'm doing it.
Okay, one each
Investigation.
then. One each then.
I don't get a bonus. 10.
Okay.
12.
As you both amble around the city for a while, it's a hive of activity despite the drip
I'm
of the
making
day.
sure Braun's with us, right? Because he wouldn't leave Joanna's side.
Yes,
And Joanna's with us.
Joanna's essentially
Okay.
riding him. On
Yeah,
the,
so I was
on,
gonna
on
say
the chair,
Joanna
like-
is on his shoulder. I do not want her like at ground level.
No worries. Absolutely fine.
Everybody else, I don't give. It's whatever.
And yes, it's a pretty hive of activity. Just because of your martial background as well, Darius, you notice that there is in Reanian towns, it is unique to see military individuals walking around, but there's quite a few in town today. There seem to be a lot of people that either they seem to be doing similar things to you, like looking for supplies or preparing themselves. and kind of exploring the town. There's you see a number of different colors, but the main ones you actually see wear a dark blue, like either so most of their like clothing is dark blue with the chain and the heavy plate over it, with like either yellow sashes or yellow beading on their hat, or various like tints of yellow. If it was to be almost like uniform or colors. These particular as well seem to have like, well, all of them seem to have very individualized armor and weaponry, except they all seem to have a very similar helmet as you walk around. But the city is thriving, and there's a lot of trade. There's in the Great Square in the center of town. There's the center it's actually a market day today, and there's a lot of trade going on. There's trinket traders, weapons traders, all sorts going on. And then surrounding the Great Square is this beautiful marbled stone square as well, with a large fountain in the center, with what seem to be various sort of, not just taverns, but actual hotels as well around the square. And it's very unique. This actually, a lot of the township actually reminds you more of another Thelian location than a Reanian one, and then it seems more Reanian on the outskirts of town.
Question one:
Yes.
in terms of size of city in the Reanian Empire, would this like peak? How high is this? Because I'm trying to figure out, would my family's company have any presence here?
So this is a state capital, and a relatively major port. However, because the Reanian Empire doesn't use doesn't use a standing army, so to speak, they use essentially a levy system.
They'd use mercenaries, maybe.
They're less likely to use it. They're more like they call up a lord to call up all of the villagers, just all of them. It's that kind of system. Your family will have definitely come through here at some point, but the actual office would have been more in there's a few more militarized capitals around the location, and a lot of them will have like an office in, say, Castle Cullis in the Cullis Marshlands, or Trexford, or Bamberley, or Compound, definitely. But less so here. This is more somewhere that you would come through or charter through. It might, in fact, not be your first time here, depending on if... But again, how old's Darius?
Darius looks a lot older than he actually is. He's a ball of stress. He's a ball of stress and worry and self-hate. 29.
29. So you would have been 9 at the end of the last conflict, pretty much. Well, you would have been 8 at the end of the last conflict.
Old enough to serve in the ranks.
So you would have been a page at the time, probably, serving either one of your older brothers or your father directly. So you may have come through here.
Older brother. Okay, yeah, good to know. Okay, so, all right. I mean, if that's the case, I guess we'll just kind of keep an ear out for anything jumping out at us as a major. I mean, it's only been one day since we got an information bit that Ruby got, so I don't think there'd be a huge amount more. And this is a larger port, so if that's what they got at Dustfall, then this maybe would have more, but maybe it would just be the same thing. It's just they had it a bit earlier, so I don't think it would be a major bit. So really, I'm just going to be keeping. I don't know what Valmir is going to be doing, but yeah, I'll just be kind of keeping an ear out. Also, just to help out Johanna, I am going to be looking around for things like I'm assuming there's probably some sort of like food carts or things like that, because it's a market day, so people are going to be out there making stuff and like selling it on the side of the street, things like that, and little like small trinkets and stuff. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for anything that catches her eye that's not too expensive, because I know she's a monstrously rich noble. So anything that's not too expensive that catches her eye still, and I will get it for her if she can say it in common.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So maybe a couple
You
of
end up
those.
spending 73 gold.
I've got plenty.
Trying to out of the word she knows.
He
if I can
likes
find
her.
anything.
He likes her. Wants to make sure she's having a good time.
She comes across a seemed to be a tailor, a traveling tailor, female traveling tailor, and she seems enamored with a deep green cloak.
Several thousand gold pieces.
All
right.
Which is priced at about 30 gold pieces.
Oh. All right. Yeah. No, I can do that. Can she give me the name in common?
Because
for the specific garment.
The hooded cape.
Yeah. Yep.
Rather than cloak, she goes hooded cape, which is the two components of it, essentially.
It's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. So yeah, if it's 30 gold pieces, I will get it. I will get it for her.
She has a deep.
Darius is such a bureaucrat.
Is it rough on the outside, pure at heart? But yeah, and give me a quick investigation check, just to see if you come across any tidbits of the town.
I know. 16. See, as long as I don't roll right next to Valmir, I'm okay.
You hear a couple of words that it's weird. You hear the similar thing of the Husakals are being called up just to be in preparation in case they need to move out. But you also hear a couple of notice boards of looking. There's a couple of other adventurers in town who have come back. There's a lot of them have currently. There's an influx of gold going around because some adventurers have come in and sold some wares to quite a few of the local merchants. And also that there is an issue just outside of the city at one of the rivers at the moment where it's got an infestation again. That's all you hear of that.
I think the plan was not to take jobs in the first city or in this city, but we take jobs once we get more into the interior. But I'm not gonna. I'll remember it, but I'm not gonna pursue it right now until we get the topic through.
You can just imagine a Darius several thousand years from now, his ancestor working at a DMV.
But anyway, to the other side of the party. So, Ruby, Zedaar, and Zep.
Ruby's found a corgi.
Tell me what you're doing and how you're doing it.
Stolen a dog from a young kid.
Oh, that's you. I imagine we're going to look for a livery or stables of some sort.
Yep, there are a few in town. So you there tends to be about one at each of the main gates of the city. And there are like 7 or 8 gates to this town.
Yes. Go to the one that's kind of going to the interior and seeing what we can find.
There's 10 gates, so yeah. So you're going to the one that's on so essentially the eastern road.
Yes.
Okay, so that is in the East Way. You come across a livery. It's a large livery, actually, this one. It actually has, it's the same business on both sides of the street. They seem to have almost like they also seem to have like a carter's rest or a carter's pickup service where like you can essentially rent carts. They come in and out of the interior. Imagine medieval DMV car rental.
Should have brought Darius with us.
Gonna point out DMV car rental is not a thing.
It's Fantasy Avis, Fantasy Enterprise.
Just gonna say, yeah. Just looking at it. Would you like the insurance with that car?
What? Calm down. Calm down.
Ruby
will walk in.
Okay. You're greeted by a younger gentleman, human male, sort of a messy blonde hair. He goes, "Oh, good afternoon, madam. My name's Highbold. Can I help you today? Yeah. How can I?
Hi,
Yeah.
Highball. My name is Ruby, and I am traveling with several companions on quite a journey. Looking to spend a little bit of money to ensure that it goes smoothly. She'll glide up to the desk, put the dog down. She's porking at me. Can you help me out? Bats her eyelashes, all pretty smile.
Certainly. What is it you're looking for?
Covered wagon. And the horse of which to draw them. Large enough to fit at least 6.
Okay. Okay. So, well, we have this luxury size wagon that is often used by traders and others trying to move houses quite long distance that we tend to sell. It's like one interiored wagon with like a half covered roof on it.
That may be a little too big.
Some people convert the middle section to be a front of a traveling shop, but that would happily hold 8 people, and it's perfectly designed that only 2 horses need carry it because we use a system of weights to counterbalance it to make it easier on the horses. I've even heard tale that the military use these sometimes, take them and mount artillery pieces on the roof.
I am interested.
Now, Zeph, you're giving him ideas. And how much would this cost, plus the horses?
Plus the horses. How much is a horse in D&D? Oh my gosh.
If they're just regular
25.
draft horses, yeah, 25 gold.
50 gold.
For the pair.
We're giving different prices here.
No. It's 50 gold a draft horse.
2 gold.
Okay. Sorry,
Two
no,
gold.
there was
That's nice.
75.
I'm on the page because I knew this might come up.
Lovely.
Yeah, 35, going once.
So, for everything enclosed, it would cost you about 300 gold. But that's tack, bridle, everything for the horses, the cart.
I'm afraid I'm out of firstborn children. Is there something else we can work towards? Perhaps a group discount, or, since you're such a bright young man.
Well, I could do you a deal, and instead of fitting it for a horse, we could fit it for a 3-horn. And then you'd only need one of them.
What's a 3-horn?
I mean, it'd only save you about 30 gold. But,
I'm literally asking, what is a 3-horn?
Yeah, we import them from the other continent. Let me show you. And he takes you out the back to one of the pens of the stable, and you see a large lizard-like.
It's Sarah.
Lizard-like creature with a beak-like snout, with a horn on the front of the snout, and then like an armored carapace with like 2 extra horns.
Wait, he's describing a triceratops.
Wait, and Sarah, that's a Land Before Time reference.
Yes, we had a campaign.
Oh my God, that's so deep.
The party had a pet triceratops they called Sarah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got there a little early there, Mitch, but you said 3-horn. I'm like, wait a second. I know where this is going. They imported it from somewhere far away. I know where this is going.
We have to take that.
We have to take it now.
We have to take that. There's no way we can't.
You do realize that this is a special connection to me personally because of another campaign. My character became deeply attached to a Triceratops named Sarah. Why would you do this to me? And why did you tell Medj?
No.
No.
I am interested.
Also, it wasn't Ruby. It was another
It
character.
wasn't Ruby. It was
Zep is
Chantal, but that's
interested.
beside the point.
Zep is interested, and
The
now
Zedaar is
you
actually
guys are-
fully interested in this creature as well, because I feel like I'm not sure if this.
this is natural
Well, I mean,
Atria. These come from Atria. But I think this one is actually smaller than the ones you've seen because but it seems to be an adult, but it's smaller than the ones from Atria. I think you think about it as just like this is probably one that's been bred here, from lovely.
This is very curious. I did not expect to see this here. It's a 3-horn, as you have said.
Zep, are we going to have dinosaur port artillery now?
I am not saying no.
I
And how
would
much
very
for the-
much like to do this, yes.
How much?
I'll have to talk to my manager, but we could probably give me a perception, persuasion check, just to check this.
Sweet.
Also, just so you know, Lambert's had to step away. He's not feeling great. So if we get anywhere,
I'm using my DM inspiration.
okay, go for it. If we get to anything major, I'll probably stop the session. But because we're doing mainly traveling and talking tonight, we are good.
Do I have proficiency? I don't have proficiency in nature. Damn.
Somebody had to take up the reins once Lambert left.
They haven't gone away from me since Lambert was here.
I'll have to check with the manager.
Please.
I don't care how much it costs. Darius won't forgive you if you don't get that 3-horn. If he finds out.
Hey, he said it would save money converting it to be pulled by the Triceratops.
Yeah.
True. It's true.
Oh
my God.
the manager comes back and he says, well, yeah, he's right in the sense that it'd be cheaper because obviously we do a range of these carts to be pulled by the 3-horn, but it'll only save you about 10 gold. We're looking at about 290 gold for the one 3-horn and the larger cart.
Does a cart come with the cover? This is the reins, the bridling.
Yeah, this is everything.
What if we didn't need the cover?
I was going to say, we have cloth. Do we need that?
I can cut off another 10. We tend to do them as a bundle. We don't make these. We buy them and sell them wholesale. We buy them wholesale, get a few in.
What about some trade in exchange? I am skilled in creating things. So maybe if I work with you for a day or two, make some of your other carts a little bit more valuable, you can take some of the money off of this one.
And I would be happy to tell you as much as I know about these creatures. From what I remember, this one is not as big as it should be. Perhaps some knowledge of my homeland would help you grow them larger and stronger.
Each of you give me a persuasion check.
I'm
I will
gonna-
allow these to be advantage because you've caught the manager unawares. He's like,
Okay. Would it be okay for him to just give a quick prayer to Bahamut to guide himself?
18.
I mean,
Yeah,
you've already said the.
go for it.
Sure. So hold on. Nope. I gotta grab it.
I just imagine that as Zedaar is saying it, he's kind of doing the arm movements for guidance.
So minus 15.
15 and 18. All right. If you guys do a day's work with me, you do what you can to make my carts better, and you write down some of your stories of where you're from, that anything that we can help use to shift some more of these 3-horns. That'll be. I'll cut 100 gold off. So 180 total.
This would seem very fair, I think. We do need to converse with everyone to ensure we are willing to stay in town for an extra day, but I do not see any real problems arising from it.
Well, that's the offer. I'll see if I can get a image of this cart that I'm talking about as well. It's from a... Where's this from? I believe this is from a... I think this person put it in a... yeah, they've got a couple of bits of content on it. It's an awesome bit of art that I will share to you guys. And I might try and link it into the podcast if... not the podcast, the playback, if I can get a confirmation from the artist of this that I'm allowed to. And I just killed all the cameras because I left the room by accident. Yay. Sorry about that.
You're muted, Zedaar.
I was just making comments about the fact that Mitch did that. Oopsie.
Yeah. This
Fine.
is kind of what the
Everything's
cart...
fixed. It was no problem.
This is what the cart looks like, kind of thing. Without the artillery piece on top.
Oh yeah, no, that's solid. Heck yeah.
I do believe I still have a musket available.
Oh,
Try to turn this thing into a freaking technical.
war wagon pulled by a small triceratops. It's
I have some
Post-apocalyptic
ideas.
Jurassic Park.
just played on the electric guitar. Neo neo neo. Wow wow.
There's death holes that are just like aligning in the side of the chart that fire bolts and spells are being cast out from side, like it's fortification.
Concrete. Make it out of concrete.
Yeah, but these are quite. This is like a slightly lesser version. Like the war cart version of these are like iron interior, like reinforced things. This is just a kind of basic wood with a. This one, particularly the one that they're showing you, that they give you, is one with like a. It has a side that can open, like so you've got like a little bit of an overhang to like as a shop window kind of thing. It seems to be like people can essentially run a shop from the back of this cart.
Yeah, a gunport. I understand.
Yes, all that. And
Jesus.
then there seems that you can do that on both sides, or one of those sides can be pulled across to be a wall. And yeah, there's enough space for basically all of you in this. At least traveling. Might not all be able to sleep in it, but traveling for sure.
It's like Zep was born in the wrong century. It feels like he should be like working on, I don't know, some sort of like jet. Or some.
He is an aeronautical engineer, so
Yes, I was gonna say, he should be some sort of.
Zeb might see this thing and be like, "Oh, this is what we're buying. We had these in Longersran like 75 years ago."
it is an older model, but it's okay. I can do the upgrades.
Why would you guys just
Technology has come a ways since this.
Just take over. Let
It's
everyone
not a
else
model
have
club,
it.
but it checks out.
This all seems satisfactory to me. Perhaps we should get the opinion of the others, though.
If we really ask Brandarius, he's either going to say immediately buy it, or he's going to spend an hour debating why we shouldn't buy it.
So we
That
should just
carrot
tell
over
him
there.
that.
If we just add a couple of frames, then we can put some cloth over.
Besides, I don't think Zeb would forgive me
Yeah.
if we didn't buy it.
We will do it, but we must stay for the day to get the price discount. This seems wise.
We are going to go shopping around to make sure, but put a pin in this.
Oh, by all means, let me know by the end of the day if you can.
We will try.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you all meeting back up?
Yes.
Then meet up in the town square.
I never would have thought we would have seen something from my homeland here. It is fascinating.
What is that?
I see something from your homeland every day.
Yes, clever.
It's a genuine smile and an attempt at humor.
We can put some iron around the wheels that will make them a little bit tougher, and then we can also reinforce the structure underneath to make sure it will not break when it hits stones.
So I'm
And then
assuming you.
add some
found-
cladding to the
We
sides.
have found a carriage, yes.
All right, great.
Pulled by a three-horn.
Fine. Don't know what that is.
Zedaar will, for the first time, go off on a lengthy Darius rant about what a three-horn is. Then occasionally he slips into
turned into a
draconic form.
verb. Oh, that's been turned into
It takes him like 5 minutes to like he goes into everything he knows about this creature.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which
By the way,
probably
Mitch, we should probably have a long rest, by the way. Just
Yeah, sorry.
because
Because I know some of you have cast spells and stuff.
I will say, whereas Darius likes to meander around the point, Zedaar's explanations are more tinged with how this relates to Bahamut and the faith of Patria.
consider myself a storyteller.
Yes. As do
Oh,
I.
I say you embellish.
I am very factual, actually. But sounds good.
I just
The only thing is, in order to get a proper discount, we will have to stay an additional day.
I can't let this pun go because chat has just given a great one. But I need to point out because you're trading waffles, right? So you do a food truck and you call it Tricera Waffles.
I like it.
I really like it. I don't know why. It just
See, it'd be better. It'd be better if it was tacos because of the Tricera Tacos, so it has the T already in there. So it kind of, be great.
Taco Terratops.
Yeah, that one's good too.
Taco
Actually, that one's better. That one's much better. Actually,
Taco Terra.
I would eat it. I would get stuff from that food truck. From that food truck.
Right.
That's somebody with a good. That's somebody with a good imagination. Maybe not great food or both. It can't be either. It's kind
It'll be food so good you can eat it.
But yes, Zep and I will have work to do for the tomorrow. The rest of you might want to search around the city more and see what you can find. All in all,
Really,
it will not
it's-
cost us 200 gold pieces.
Well, that's good. Yeah, there's not a lot going on in the city. There's a market day, but I realized partway through, we don't need anything.
That would depend. What does a three-horn eat?
They're
I would
great.
assume
They're great.
just the same as a horse, just a bit more.
Well, then that begs the question next. Is there enough? I don't know the terrain of where we're going that well, but I'm presuming we're going to be crossing mountains at some point.
You're on road most of it.
Let's actually take a look. I don't think
There are
we'll be
roads that go
going
up through the mountains that don't have grass.
You go through some quite hilly areas, but you're actually going to be going a lot through Agram Parish, which is actually almost the breadbasket area of the Reane Empire. It's a lot of wheat farms.
We're good.
We can procure, 5 days worth of feed just in case? But that is for emergencies.
Yeah, should work.
Fine. Feed or oats or whatever. But yeah, we don't need rations. We have about a month's worth in the party fund. 25 days inside the party sheet.
But that is 25 days for 10 people. That would be 2 days worth if we had no food.
Yeah, 2 days extra plus hunting. I don't think we're just.
I
Found
think
me a
hunting would be
shutters.
sufficient.
Yeah, so we've got everything we need, really. We have plenty of. We have that. I don't need.
In a pinch, we will not starve because I can produce as much food as we
Yeah,
need.
and you can produce food. So I don't think we need a lot of supplies, unless there's like a specific item or something we're looking for, like.
We have a day. Remember,
I'd like to poke around a magic shop.
we found the interesting shield in the first town we came through. What does it say what we might find here? And this is a larger town.
They have some jobs open, though I don't know about the time constraints. I know we didn't really want to take a lot of jobs here, more so next city over, so we kind of get a little bit ahead, put a little bit of distance between us. But they had some infestation in a river nearby.
Well,
No
we are
details.
taking the day already. How long do we think it will take?
Don't know. It didn't sound like it was super close, so it might be a bit. So that's why I'm saying it, but I don't necessarily recommend it. I didn't go and get more information. Just generally that it was this thing that's going on. I
Which
didn't know
makes
if we
the
were leaving
point.
tonight or not. So
We are kind of going by what we know and have learned. Do we want to find a map here so we know the terrain properly?
a good point. Or Zep, can you just draw one?
It takes time, and this is time I have already given to making cards.
Okay.
You'd also need a
That's-
reference map to draw from.
it would be useful to have a map, then I can fill it in as we go with more detail.
All right, map. Get a map and I guess map and feed be the only things that we need, like super
That can be done easily.
right now.
But for now, I think we just need to rent an inn for all of us for 2 days. And then from there, we can figure out what we're going to do after tomorrow.
Was it by the end of the day tomorrow that you're done, or was it?
They asked for a day of work, so I presume that would be an entire day of work. We do not want to set out in the afternoon.
I will also need some coals, like a blacksmith would use.
Oh, charcoal.
Prefer coal, but charcoal will suffice.
Okay.
I also think I'm gonna get some empty books if we can.
Okay, big old shopping trip.
We have a lot of. Do we have a lot of spare money for that kind of stuff?
There is 400 gold in the party fund still. 180 of it will go to purchasing the 3-horn and also the carriage.
And
Oh,
a barrel as big as you can find.
all right. So a butt.
Oh, just so you all are aware, I am cataloging our journey, writing it down. I haven't thought of a title for it yet, but one day.
Our journey.
You're
Yes.
writing a book.
That is the title.
Our journey, a book, a novel. No,
It's very okay.
just chronicling our events.
How about the ragtag tales?
I think it's working on.
Tales.
The journey of the free hands.
Darius's
Workshop it.
lament.
I think the title for it will come.
Actual.
The title will come when the journey is done.
Yeah, workshop it. Got time, probably. I mean, unless we
Waffle
die.
tales.
Waffle tales.
The awful waffle. Done.
No, no. That's gonna end up in a shop that. No.
Yeah, so with the barrel, make sure it is as high enforced as possible. Needs to be
I
strong.
think they make them. Zep, I think they just make them pretty standard.
Are you going shopping, Zep? Because they'll want you to work tomorrow rather than work today.
Oh, tomorrow? Then yeah, I am
Because
shopping.
it's already like 2 p.m. now. They're like, if you're gonna work, you're gonna add a full day tomorrow.
Okay.
On that. Yeah.
So then I will try to find one of these large barrels. If possible, I would like to find it in metal.
Okay, so you're looking for. So you're going
You
to a
want a keg.
blacksmith. You're going to a metal. You're going to a metal worker. Ruby wants to go find a bookshop and a magic shop. Zedaar, what do you want to do?
Zedaar doesn't have much that he wants to commit to, but considering we established that his common it's good, but it's not perfect, he would probably go through. He'd probably go to the bookshop.
Okay.
Just also, let's not all split up in the middle of town, because again, that's just asking for trouble if we just nobody sticks together.
Darius, where are you going?
Chilling.
You're just chilling.
I mean, I got tomorrow to shop. I mean, all I need to get is the map and the
Fine,
map
you
and
take
feed
some
for
time
the animals. So, though I will point out the fact that feed for 3-horns probably going to be proportionally much larger for a few days worth than for a horse, because they're the size of a rhinoceros. So I don't know what a rhinoceros needs to eat per day for it to not die. So that's
How
kind
much does a rhino eat? How much?
Do we need to go? I think this is too
rhino-
much detail that we don't need really to go into.
Yeah.
I kind of need to know how much I need to buy.
Specifically in the book is listed as feed per day. So
120 pounds of grass per day is what a rhino will eat.
Yeah, we don't need to go into that kind of detail. Just assume feed.
600 pounds of feed. Let's go for it.
But they drink whatever they can and they can survive up to 5 days without water.
Well, that's good to know, actually. But yeah.
I had to
Talking
check
about a
it.
rhino.
I'm keeping an eye on the kid and my peons and brawn.
Just to go through a few things that are in this town.
I'll find an inn.
Obviously, there's the dock side. There is the castle and the bastion. So it's actually a large castle here. It's pretty domineering, and then it's got a castle complex with a citadel, almost. So it's a multi-tiered sort of defense system. It's onto the sort of the eastern side of the city. It's like more inland, but it's between like the southeast side of the city. There's the market square, and there is also a large temple as well in the city. It's a temple of the Pantheon of Albir.
Find an inn.
Yep. Okay.
Because we
Sure.
need
What
we need
sort
rooms.
of pricing you going for? Another natural bloody 20. I like this dice.
All right, I don't know if that's good for me. I'll pick I'll shop around. I don't want something that's like I don't want a penny setup, but I want to I want something cheap. I don't care.
Sure.
And nobody has provided me.
Mid-range. Sure.
Yeah, nobody's provided me anything in terms of
Not expensive, but
so.
happy enough that Darius wouldn't turn his nose up at it.
Yeah, Darius is willing to rough it. He just doesn't like sharing his living space with people.
Others.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
we're gonna start
single room for him.
Zep. Zep, give me an investigation check. Just as you search this city.
All right. Please don't suck.
Watch, all our rolls are going to be horrible now.
Yeah. 15.
15 is more than enough. You come across a small industrial part of the city, quite close to the dockyard. It seems to have people actually smelting metal, as well as a blacksmith smithing. Seems to be some people doing plate work. There even seems to be an armorer who is relatively busy with, it seems, a couple of armed individuals are doing some last-minute shopping. Or like getting swords sharpened, etc., etc. But there seems to be a lot of metalworking actually in the furthest south part of the city.
Okay, so just to expedite things a little bit, I'm going to try and make a steam engine.
That was a phrase that was just uttered.
Yeah.
Right.
So-
Okay.
Metal boiler, so it needs to be waterproof, needs some kind of heating element. And
We're all gonna
then
die.
system gears.
It's going to blow up in the cart.
How much
Kill
work
us all.
do you want done by individual professionals, and how much work are you doing yourself?
I'll do today, the rest of the day myself, so it's mostly about hiring the forge, I would think. I'll do it myself. So I've actually got quite a few materials, I don't have that much money.
Luckily, I've just found it. Okay. How much are you worth? Oh my god. Sorry. Just looking at the pricing. So, okay, what part are you working on today?
Probably the boiler. Like, the hardest thing to not fabricate on the road.
Okay, sure.
Or to, yeah.
So, because obviously they're going to have to, unless you do throughout the night, for the current guys working at the forge, to stop their labor for today, it's going to set you back some money.
How much?
Probably about 50 gold. But they're willing to let you rent the forge for 10 gold if you do it overnight.
I will take the risk. Overnight it is.
Okay. So you're going to do it overnight. Okay, so you've got that set up. Is there anything else you want to buy in terms of preparation for this? So you need...
I mean, the things I'm kind of thinking I would need would be a pair of wheels so you can have the drive.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the burner would be, and then the boiler itself. The boiler would be the most difficult.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to need a belt, do you think? So you're going to need like...
I don't know if belts would exist. I'll probably just use rope.
Yeah, well, I'm saying you need something to fashion a belt system.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So how much have you got in crafting materials?
I have 305 gold pieces of crafting.
Okay, you have probably enough crafting materials to get a boiler made, for sure. So yeah, okay, it's gonna be some skill checks, but we'll get onto that in a bit then. Ruby and Zedaar, we'll go to you guys. You give me a quick investigation check. The bookshop is very easy to find, but let's see if you find any magic shops as well.
I was gonna say, does one of us want to roll?
Holy crap,
advantage?
above a 10.
But I guess we'll both just roll.
Uh, 13. So you actually find a couple of bookshops. One seems to be a printing house, and is both printing novels and also printing what seems to be like the local rag, like a news pamphlet. And then there's another one is a standard bookshop. You do find a magic shop, but they're currently closed and they're set to open in the evening.
Interesting. Oh, by the way, Zedaar, how much gold do we have floating around? Is it 400 and something?
That is before the party spends its money on the cart. So assuming 180 is spoken for, it would be 220.
Okay. I just maybe we'll work with Zep later. I know he's into building and crafting things. I've been on the occasion of thinking that I might be able to start enchanting some of our items.
I would not know how that works personally.
It's a manner of magic and consuming gold, oddly enough. For some reason, the spell work requires a great amount of gold.
Interesting.
It's some shade onto the designers.
For instance, Darius's longsword. It's non-magical, I believe, yes? I could make it better and stronger, but the enchantment itself would cost 500 gold.
That is a lot of money.
Yes. My point is, I think we should take investing in some jobs along the way. Maybe not here, but definitely along the way. Anyway, bookshop. I just need a blank book. And
You say it would cost 500 gold pieces for you to enchant it?
thereabouts, yes.
That seems awfully high considering at the last town we went to, they had a magical mining pick, or it was a war pick, very similar to what some worshippers of Bahamut would use. And I believe that is very fairly priced.
This may be my memory slipping, but I want to say it was like 375 gold pieces.
For what? Sorry, I was reading something else.
The mining pick or the war pick in the last town that was magical.
That was like 6 something, I thought. It was expensive. Like,
What was
The
price?
straight out of, I think it's the DMG is crafting an uncommon magic item is.
It would depend on the enchantment, on what the prices would be, especially in this world. But the war pick that did the necrotic damage was something like 380, I think.
Yeah, that's what I said. 375 was what I said. I mean, that seems really high considering
The
that.
DMG, an uncommon magic item, which is what a plus on longsword is 500 GP for me to craft.
That's also outdated because Xanathar's had new prices.
Yeah, Xanathar's did flex.
Also, having tool
Yeah.
proficiencies reduces that further. So, hi.
They
Yeah.
significantly reduced the prices on that.
There's various modifiers that go on top of that, and there's especially also the type of enchantment you're trying to do. Like, it's like the prices for silvering a sword in the DMG are just complete novices.
100 gold, yeah.
Yeah,
100 gold.
that's also it's 100 gold's worth of silver, enough to cover the blade. But that's also you can adjust that with people who are proficient in metal work to get the silver out properly.
You're paying for the work more than you're paying for the silver.
Either way, I think we can start crafting some items, especially with me and Zap together. Can probably start pumping out some things that we could sell for extra gold.
You can start a mobile magic shop pulled by a Triceratops. I love it. Let's go.
Until we make enough money.
We're gonna be traveling for a long time.
Yeah. When we make enough money, then we can buy a shop.
It's about
and then it just becomes a
wasn't it
business
a month's
simulator.
travel to Lake Groningsland? Land. Wasn't
Yeah,
that
we're
what
gonna
we
be on the
kinda
road
worked
for
out?
a while.
Yeah.
Sure. But I am not going to gatekeep you on the party funds. The party funds are for the group.
I would like a couple of blank books. One for a ledger because of, keep track of our inventory, but also, right, what's going on? I've already used up most of my journal from home. And she'll actually show off this red leather-bound journal that's filled to the pages of just what's been happening since she arrived in Retbury.
Considering how perceptive Zedaar is, he could probably pick out of quite a few passages that she's just slowly turning through the pages. Can I get an insight of just the way she's writing it? Is it really self-fulfilling? Is it degrading to particular people? But like, is it scathing of Darius?
Roll
it
an
refer to
insight
other
check, and then
members?
Ruby can make a
That's what I
judgment.
was thinking.
Ruby's not being deceptive about it,
No,
but
no,
it depends
but,
how.
Make an insight check. I'll
Make
do
an
that.
well, yes, an insight check, and then you can
19.
you can work out
19
how.
again, man. All the 19s
Wow.
today.
Ruby has definitely added a flair for the dramatic to it. There are lines of dialogue said by any number of people that have not been said. It's less of a journal, more of a story, but it is it's a Jasquier's version of our story so far. Toss a coin to your sorcerer.
But he's more of just like, Zedaar's trying to get an actual opinion of what Ruby is writing about the other people of the group. He wants to understand what she actually thinks of them.
She seems to appreciate everybody. Even Darius is begrudgingly appreciated, mostly for his talents as a swordsman, less of his personality.
I have doubt. It's that.
No,
It's that nice.
there is a quirk about Ruby that is kind of understood. The more she likes people, the more crap she gives them.
Well,
But okay.
sure.
You can find blank books. There's a kind of a crickety old bookkeeper guy. He says he's got various blank books. For like a large sort of, we're looking for what, like, if you want like a large blank book of about 100 pages of A5, you're looking at like, what's 25 gold pieces in the book, but I don't think that's right, especially now that the printing industry is kind of a thing now.
Yeah, the printing press would dramatically lower the price on that.
Yeah,
Also,
it's
not,
probably
it's not-
about
it's not-
2
it's
gold.
blank.
It's probably
Yeah.
about 2
Sure.
gold for per 100 pages of book that you want.
She'll buy about 5 books.
Yeah, sure. You could easily do
Zedaar
that.
is looking for specific books. Namely, we're going to be traveling through the Reane Empire, and he is looking for something to study to improve it. Can I find a book on history of the Reane Empire?
Give me a quick investigation check. I'll let you have advantage because Ruby's there with you.
Okay.
And also, if you mention it to the bookseller, he's like, I'll help you, because it's.
Sure, I will absolutely. I will ask him anyways because I'm curious, and I'm sure he doesn't have an issue with that.
Not at all. No. Yes, I can absolutely help you find some books. We have quite the collection. Yeah, so I'm actually going to roll for him as well. Okay. Worst roll of the evening from me. I don't remember where I put them. And he kind of goes off and he gets like one of those rolling stairs. He goes up to a top shelf. It takes him about 30 seconds to even climb the ladder. And he comes down with a large tome. He says, it's just about 32 gold pieces, but it's an anthological history of the Reane. As written by... what was the character's name? Hold on for 2 minutes.
Very specific length of time.
This is a printed version. It's not a handwritten edition or hand-copied edition. By Eric the Navigator, famous explorer who traveled the entire world and documented it in his series of anthologies.
Interesting. And you said it was 32 gold pieces?
Correct.
Very good. I feel like it might come in handy.
Yes. His entire collection, of course, is called From East to West and Back Again, but there's a total of 40 books within that anthology. This is just the one focusing on the Reane and the Reanian Basin.
It will serve me well, I believe.
Oh, thank you. Pleasure doing business with you. But yes, if there's Darius to the inn. You find a tavern by the name of the Cherry Orchard. And it seems to be a income boarding house. A lot of rooms here. It's just off the center of the main square. It's not like one of the classier establishments. This seems more like the it's got a lot of rooms kind of hotel that fits in a lot of travel.
Right.
We're talking like a 200 room kind of
All right. Again.
establishment. Yeah.
How big are the rooms?
They have variations of like group rooms or single bedrooms, singular double bedrooms, all the way up to large suites.
What's the price?
So, what for which?
A second here. Or I'm gonna say, because what do we got? We've got
10.
Yeah, we've got 10. It's 3 ladies, right?
Yep.
3 ladies and then 7. Let's go 3 rooms.
Mm-hmm. So 3 of them will
one lady.
The rooms have 4 beds. So
yeah, we'll have one with the 3 ladies in one room plus Braun, because he's just gonna stand guard outside or maybe in, I don't know, and then split the guys between 2 other rooms, because Darius is comfortable enough right now that he can handle that.
Okay. Well, they are 3 silver a night each, those group rooms.
Okay, so
and that's just
9
room, no food. This is just board.
9 silver.
Mm-hmm.
I will pay that out of mine.
Rooms are sorted at the cherry orchard.
5. I've got 5. 5. So I've got and yeah, I've got plenty. I'm just trying to work out how much silver I had spare. If I broke up gold, and then I had 5 gold, I had 5 silver already, and then I needed to work out what I broke.
Absolutely. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Darius?
I don't know. Because I'm not picking up anything until tomorrow when everybody's working.
Okay.
So if Johanna's here, I'm just going to go through and
sure thing.
Continue to teach. Yeah.
Ruby, did you want to go to the magic shop in the evening, or do you want to?
Yes.
That was opening. I will open that up to any of the other party can also go. Because there's been enough time for you guys to have re-met, got room keys from Darius, sorted all that kind of thing, should you wish to also go to the magic shop, just to expedite that a little bit.
And for the purpose of expedition, she is looking for the spell Leomund's Tiny Hut.
Leomund's Tiny Hut. I will...
In scroll form.
In scroll form, yes.
I gathered. That'd be
a really high magic one. It's just
I'm not looking for a guy named Leomund who's casting Tiny Hut.
Just so, if anyone else wants to have a look at the magic shop, let me know. There's someone selling that spell scroll. The magic shop does have it. And when you go in, it is a... it's called the Lunar Eclipse, and nice, very nice, very, very nice. In fact,
you're getting a lot of applause.
Yeah, I'm jealous. Like cookies and ice cream.
I think this is actually cream cheese.
Oh.
Cheesecake cream cheese.
Cheesecake cream cheese. Okay. Better.
Okay.
That went upward highs to weird lows to back up to high. Proper roller coaster of enjoyment there. Yeah. They do have Leomund Tiny Hut for 220 gold in scroll form.
No.
This is the proprietor of the store is a oh my god, I was about to say Khajiit. That's not Khajiit. Tabaxi, thank you.
Khajiit as well. If you have time.
Is a grey-furred Tabaxi lady, who is also called Luna. And she said, and all of her opening times seem to be evening, because she, from where she is, it's like still in time with her home continent. Like the time zone matches up with her back home. So when she like casts sending and she doesn't wake any people up. So she hasn't like adapted. She's made where she is now adapt to her old time zone rather than her where she is now like fitting into the time zone. So she has an evening store.
My lady, do you exchange work for coin or for money or for assistance? You think I'd speak well today? I have a long way to go and not a lot of money to spend because we're traveling a big distance. We are leaving in the not too distant future, but I would be more than happy to aid you with my spell casting. If you are going to enchant any items, I could perhaps assist. In exchange for a reduction in price on the spell, or perhaps even the spell for free.
Forgive me if I'm being too forward with it, but by your fiery appearance, I would say, are you an evocation wizard by any chance?
Sort of.
Oh, sorceress. Okay. Well, I was going to say, I need my stock of offensive magics is a little bit slim. If you could help me copying out some of the sigils and such for some offensive magics.
How's fireball sound?
Firebolt for some evenings. If you help me all evening and your work is of sufficiency, I will give you this scroll.
Deal.
Okay, so you're going to be spending your evening.
She's going to be exhausted pretty soon, so.
Yeah. So you and Zep are working tonight. Zep is also working all day tomorrow, and Zedaar is working all day tomorrow. We'll start with you as we're here. Give me 3 Arcana checks, if you would.
I think that's the question. Tomorrow morning, the shop isn't there.
Okay. Actually.
Okay.
It petered out. It petered out.
Because of her, like, the style, like, it takes a while for you to get into the groove with working with Luna. You've only just met, and it's just like, she seems to be very comfortable in, like, low light and sort of, dim surroundings. And it's taking you a little bit, but you finally get into the flow, and you copy out one good fireball scroll, and then quite a few firebolts, just little cantrip scrolls, just to bolster her stock. And she's very thankful, and by the end of the night, you leave at about midnight, but you leave with a scroll of Liamon's tiny hut, and I will get that for you, and I will drag that into your inventory.
Awesome.
A night's work complete. And she leaves and says, just happy to spend some time with another practicer of the arcane. And she sends you her best regards.
What was her name?
Luna.
I'm getting my journal.
Luna Brittlefur.
Brittlefur.
Yes.
I'm probably going to call her the Burb because my cat's name is Luna, and she goes. She burbles at me.
Liamon's
Is she
tiny
in
hut.
here? No, she's not in here.
Sorry.
You guys are definitely not getting Chips Ahoy. It's chocolate, and chocolate's bad for puppies.
There you are. That's in your inventory now.
Yep.
We will pass on over to Zep. So, Zep, you have hired this forge. Explain to me how you would like to do this. What are you working on first? Are you going for the metal elements? Are you working on getting a seal made first, or the materials to do the sealing? Where are we going with this?
Probably the hardest labor first, which would be the metal. I would also ask whether Braun would be willing to assist with this.
Braun would be happy to assist. He feels comfortable with leaving the girl with Darius while they work. However, he won't stay the entire night because he would like to be back to protect.
Yeah, of course. In that case, I'll do the heavy work first. So the boiler.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. How do we want to check for artificery? So, I want a tool check. Okay. Give me. So I'm gonna let you do an intelligence check at advantage plus your proficiency because you are proficient in these tools. And the advantage is coming because Braun is doing the heavy lifting rather than him thinking.
Dirty 20.
Okay, dirty 20. It's solid work, and you get a frame for this boiler made. It's not waterproofed yet, or ready for the steam elements of it, but you feel like that this could really work. Give me. So next up, what do you want to work on next? Do you want to work on the smaller, more intricate components, or would you like to work on like sealing it properly?
If Braun's still there and if I'm not feeling too tired sealing, because I realize the pressure involved here is going to be quite heavy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Same check again, and this will be the last time that Braun is here before he has to go.
Yep. Oh, for Pete's sake.
It's just something about the mixture of like the sealant that you're making. It's just something's not right, and it's not like the you can't get a strong enough bond to the metal at the moment.
Okay.
So that would be kind of a failure. You're looking for like 4 successes with this. So that's 1 success, 1 failure. But Braun also says, "I'm sorry, I need to go back."
I absolutely understand. Keep her safe.
Mm-hmm.
What is Johanna doing during all this?
She's training with Darius. Yeah, it's schooling.
Bet she loves that.
She's actually
fun.
fairly fond of it. This is all such a new experience for her, and she's trying to make the best of, finding out she's been in a box for 75 years.
I'm fun, damn it.
You are
anyway,
fun with
okay,
Taco Bell
so
is the Mexican food.
So do you want to re-go at that, or would you like to go at a different element?
Let's try it again.
Okay, sure thing. This is just an intelligence roll this time. Plus, remember, this is plus a proficiency as well.
Oh, I've been forgetting that. So that would be a 20. Another
So
unnatural 20.
So,
The previous
this
one
is-
was on 23. Okay.
Yeah, so the Fantasy
Oh, that would mean that the previous roll was 11, not 8.
Yes. Still not quite enough, but only just not enough. You think you could get it right this time, and it also kind of, lowered the DC a bit. But yes, you successfully get the sealing properly, and you feel like that this will withstand the pressure. So to have this fully made now, you just need to succeed in making a lot of the smaller elements now. A lot of the the hatch, the opening, the way to open and close the boiler, the connecting parts for the wheels, etc. The turbine element of it. Because you're making a steam engine out of it. I'm trying to remember in my head how a steam engine works because,
Yes, Midge, explain it to us.
Please don't.
No.
Bear in mind, this is one of the really early ones from like the 17th century, not 19th.
I know.
I watched the Roman one.
No, this is this is an industrial revolution kind of era steam engine, like that would have pushed a barge up a canal towards a coal mine kind of thing. So basically, the 2 elements that you need to work on mainly is the connectivity. The connective parts between the air chambers and like the turbine, and then the heater itself. So you've got the boiler and the furnace, but it's the heater that heats the steam. They're the 2 elements that you need to make left.
So the boiler is done, the furnace is done, still got to do the heater and the connector.
Yeah, so it's the condenser and the connections.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the pistons.
Yeah, that kind of bit. That kind of bit.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay, so are you continuing tonight? You could probably squeeze one more check in before you start to get really tired.
gotta work tomorrow more.
You've got work tomorrow as well.
Yeah, but when it comes to this kind of thing, gnomes are well known for pushing themselves way beyond where they should go. So we're going to keep going.
Okay, Zep is way past the limit anyway. Like, let's go. Give me another check. Intelligence and
Push it to the limit.
so that's a 13. You've got something that. So, which part are you working on first? Because they have a different DC.
We'll go with the condenser heater.
Yeah, that element. You actually think you get something that could work. It might not have the longest longevity compared to the rest of the part, and it will probably be the most likely area to fail, but you feel like that this could last a while at least before needing repairing. It's like you get something that's solid enough, but you're not quite happy with it. You're kind of looking at it, it's like, if only I'd done that bit differently or gone at it from a different angle, you kind of get there. But yes, it is now looking towards about 1 a.m. and you're still at the forge. You can continue going if you want. And
we're continuing.
Yeah, if you feel like that if you continue into the early hours, you could have this finished. Like you could have this, and then all it would be fitting this to whatever you want to fit it to. I'm guessing the carriage in some way, and you're gonna motorize you're gonna make a car pulled by a triceratops, and I'm all for it.
I was thinking bouncing on the back, so you have the Triceratops on the front, then this would be rear wheel drive.
To just take some of the pressure off and make the truck. Okay, go for it, yeah. Okay, yeah, another... actually, before we progress then...
Oh, sorry. Rolled it already.
That's fine, we'll still take the check, but I need a constitution.
Yep.
A constitution... I will say a save. Which I think you're pretty okay with, actually.
Yeah, I'm very good at con saves. Is there a way of cancelling dice when you've already picked them up? Escape.
Yeah, or not dropping them on the dice roller area. Drop them on another part of the thing.
7.
Ooh, that's a critical fail. That's a 1. Yeah, but okay.
You can't critical fail.
Saving. I thought you can a saving throw.
Only weapon attack. Only attacks.
It's a
Yeah, I
DC.
don't think there are any crits fails in 5th edition, but I usually play with them because they're more interesting.
That's fair enough. You get it completed. You feel like this could work. All you need now is the fuel. But you are groggy as hell when you put down your tools. And you feel like you might struggle tomorrow.
Yeah, I kind of expected this, but the important thing is done. We have power!
Now, how do you get it from where you've built it to where you've got to put it?
Alive!
Would wait until morning and then have Braun help me.
Okay, so you're going to put a tarp over it, hide it in the corner, sort of...
And then curl up around it, probably.
Curl up around it, guard it. Okay, got it. So Zep's sleeping outside, and we'll... Darius, quickly give me an intelligence for Johanna. She rolled a 19, so... She is ready to pick up on anything you teach her. Let's see how good what you teach her is.
Oh, it was almost a 17.
You mainly recapped a lot of the stuff that you did today with the combat, and a lot of the words you think are going to be important, such as hide, flee, quiet, tactical words. Rather than learning anything new, you hit home words that you think might come up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did your due diligence on that.
Dishes, laundry.
No, that's what
That's my
the
2 mail
servants.
pages.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, both of my squires are ladies. So
Yep.
Who's been doing the laundry and the cooking and cleaning this whole time? I'm curious.
Patrick and Drake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Braun.
probably Braun a little bit.
Braun enjoys it. Braun enjoys it. Braun loves.
Okay.
Yeah. Braun.
Yeah.
Like tasks.
I like
'cause
the
my
mundane
squires,
tasks, and I like the smell of clean laundry.
Because the squire, they do they don't do that. They do things like
Shine your sword, like clean the swords, clean your armor,
like clean sword, maintain armor, and things like that, and train. But they are not doing like menial.
No, that like,
yeah, they're not doing.
Marjorie Hotwig is like she's minor nobility as well. It's like she's not gonna stoop to that either.
Not gonna get her hands that dirty.
You're a party of minor nobles essentially, and a cleric. Like We were.
Yeah, minor nobles and then a lower middle class priest, essentially.
What's a lower middle class and an artificer, so upper middle class, self-made man. Like it's like
may or may not be immortal.
You are a noble's court without the high-ranking noble.
We should really. There's a castle in this town. We should like. I know we're hiding, but we should really lean into that more. That we have
stronghold in the future. Heck yeah.
We have connections.
Well, see, here's the problem with Ruby. She is a noble, but I reject that background for her because she does not want to be a part of her noble family.
That's fine. Darius doesn't.
There's a reason Ruby is getting away from everything over in Nardathal.
Yeah. Well, anyway, with that journey done, and with a but the finger on the trigger for tomorrow, for a working day tomorrow, we're gonna end tonight's session. It's been a slightly quieter one, but definitely still fun nonetheless. So we have been the Component Cast. We will be back next week, same time, 6 p.m. BST. Remember to follow us to make sure you know when we're live. And also check out our YouTube channel for archive broadcasts. Thank you to everyone who has supported all throughout the journey and also subscribed tonight. We've got 15 subscribers already, and that's just wonderful to see. Guys, thank you so much for your continued support. And I would also like to thank the people who have joined me. So thank you to Mordred Viking, Lord Lambert, Commissar Roach, DM Opal, and DM Lake. We've been the Component Cast. This has been the Elendor Chronicles, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Bye.